Good morning, medium. Northwest medium. Good morning, Sister T. Oh, you waited too late, Simon. You waited too late. Leave him alone, sweet pea. Get out of the way. What are you doing? Huh. Water time! Yay! Water time! Yay! Water time! Yay. That's your time. It's water time. He loves water time. Ready? Look. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Water time. You want out of the bottle? Oh, you inhaled it. God. Girl. My God, what the hell is this that you chewed up? Jeez. Dude, this is this this is the freaking top, the foil from the whiskey. This was, I had to pull this off of the top of the cork, you know? What the heck, bro? Why did she? It is so chewed up. I hope she didn't eat metal. It's like, I don't know, it's plastic and metal. Dude, what are you doing? Get out of here. Dude, she's worse than a dog when it comes to eating shit. So I'm pretty sure we got bodied yesterday. I don't even know if those were real people. Yesterday was weird. It's probably Northwest Media fucking with me. That's my best guess. Hey, psst. Yeah. I'm a pretty good guesser, dude. Yep. Uh-oh. There's a cat fight right now. There's Mama. Oh, there's Tux. Tux is not fighting Mama. He's fighting another cat, a gray cat. The same one he was following around before. Just staring at. Dude, Tux is a freaking badass, man. He just sits in front of other cats and stares at them. Oh, here comes Mama. Comes Mama. What you gonna do over there? Oh, she got the other cat to leave. The gray cat ran off. She kind of quick stepped it a little bit. The other cat ran off. She's walking up to Tux right now. Oh shit, what's happening? They're like a foot from each other. Oh, she looked away from him. Oh shit. Walking up. She's laying down. Her and Tux get along. She's rolling around in the neighbor's driveway right now on her back over and over and over. Oh no. That's an heat. Oh no, please. Tux is walking up to her slowly. Oh fuck. Oh, am I being heat? Mama just took a shit on the neighbor's front porch. What it looked like. Now Tux is following her. Maybe she just peed. I don't know. He's following her to the backyard of their house. Slowly. Oh wait, stop. Now he's continuing. Oh no, now he's I can't see Mom anymore. There's a car. He's like walking around the yard now, across the street, just sniffing the grass. Oh, there's Mama. Oh, she's in the street. He's he is walking in her direction. Doing? This is very odd. She just pissed on the neighbor's rims of his car. Give a little skeet skeet. And she's still in the street. He's kind of following her around. I just heard something like there was another cat fight, but he's still following her. Why is she in the road, bro? I can't see him anymore. Oh shit. Interesting. Yo, that's interesting. Mom was I've never seen her rolling around like that before. Just like and Tux was like this close to the other cat when Mama kind of like went like that as she was walking up to him, and the other cat took off, and she looked at Tux, and then she looked away, and that's when she started rolling around. Very interesting. Like I thought that they were at each other, but it seems like they're friends. Then why hasn't she been coming by? Dude, I really hope she's not in heat and she sees him as like the alphaest male of the neighborhood because he took her spot. And they're about to have kittens now here. Dude. I really hope that's not the case. I can't trap Mama. I don't have the capability. I don't know if I ever did. But I can get him neutered and oh, when he jumped down from my fence in the backyard onto my recycling bin and then on the ground. So he's jumping around up and down off things with his toe like that. So that's, I mean, that makes me feel a little bit better about that situation. I'll send the vet the picture on Monday. Mama might be in heat, and that's why we haven't been seeing her though. Got the red light out. She been hanging out in the red light district. I don't know. How long did they stay in heat for? I don't know why Mama doesn't call anymore, man. Like I said, unless that's it. He's the alpha. He took over her spot, and now she's submitting to him and wanting to have his babies. Hello, sire. How was your meal? It's me. Get the hell. Ah. Come here. Baby girl. Oh. Oh, shit. The chances of it being Northwest Media are the highest of anyone else. I'll have to look at the analytics. They don't come up automatically. Like, dude, I swear they used to. I don't know. I couldn't find it yesterday. Oh, at the fridge. You got the fridge. Is it there? I want the spray. Oh, you're supposed to be afraid of this, not rubbing on it. Northwest? What do you mean, who is Northwest? Northwest Media? I don't know. Somebody that probably, I don't know, maybe they know all those people that came by yesterday or something. But even then, there was so many views on it. So it gave me hope a little bit, false hope, and that's what I was afraid of. It gave me a little false hope, but I knew better. That shit wasn't real. Like I thought YouTube was starting to recommend the channel finally, but I don't know. Probably not. There's no reason for them to recommend it, dude. They know who I am. I'm on a list. See? No, you're not real. You're Northwest Media. Probably alt account. Or she. I need to see the analytics. That's why I need to see the analytics from that one. Dude, why do you gotta chew on everything? Holy shit. I turn around, she's chewing on this now. She would chew her own tail off if it didn't hurt, probably. How am I supposed to spray you, tell you to not chew on it when you're chewing on the sprayer? The chicken farmer. Alright. Excuse me. Browse feature actually was the fucking dude. That's crazy. Browse features. 94.1% of the people that came by yesterday were from browse features. Browse features. I'm not really 100% sure what that is. You're on a break from a job? Oh shit. I thought you were just like a chicken farmer. You're on YouTube? Google? Oh wait. Lost right now. Right here to here. Oh. Some lady just walked by with a ton of recyclables. It was taller than she was. Content, live. Trying to check it out. I have to click a bunch to do that. Go to channel. Even you have a channel. You have a different channel? I thought you had content where you upload stuff. Hey, thanks, Savage Lee. Thanks for coming back and saying hi. I really thought y'all were fake for a second. I mean, not because you didn't come back, because not everybody's going to come back the next day, but just because this shit happens. Like, I've been botted before in the past. It looked like a bot just because so many new people came through. It was YouTube, I guess. Wow, that's amazing. I thought it was blacklisted. Thanks for letting me know I'm not. Savage Thing, thanks for hanging out and doing what you do. Taking care of people. Interesting. Alright, Savage. I don't know. It's just, still could be Northwest Media, couldn't it? Maybe he's a nurse. He's a nurse. Maybe it's a she. Because they disappeared as soon as I said that. And then Savage Lee showed up. What? They did though. Where'd they go, man? As soon as I said that, they were like, gotta go to work. I don't know. And I need to get all y'all to post your pictures on Discord with a little note with your screen name, like they do on Reddit, so I know it's not somebody else's picture. The strings, I'll attach them, yeah, so I can connect the dots. I just got to do this because how else are we gonna figure it out? I'll have stuff in place of the picture until I get the picture. You know, like all the different information I got on you. Oh, I'll find you. I'm a man with exceedingly unusual skills. I can find you. Simon would eat right now. He needs to eat a little bit more. I need to. I have to. Simon's like an old man, dude. I got to be like, hey, you didn't finish your food. I want to finish it. You got to finish it for your pills later. Simon, that's more food. I'm just gonna leave him out there and hope that he eats a little bit more. He's got 9 more minutes. He's acting weird this morning, man. A lot of food left on the plate. I mean, you can understand my suspicion when, like, if you go and look at the videos from this channel, like the views went up astronomically from 2 days ago. Even Ted said something yesterday. Like, that hasn't happened in so long, dude. It freaked me out, actually. Having so many new people. I think well, what's browse feature? That's what I was trying to figure out. Like, what exactly? It said most of them came from browse feature. Where is that? Is that just random recommends? Because there's suggested videos too. Are those not the ones that are recommended to us? If it actually is just the stuff where people are scrolling and they're like, oh, what's this video? Like, that is phenomenal. It said like 95% of them are from that. If it's that, that's. I'm a little. It's been so long since that happened. I forgot how nerve wracking it is to have a bunch of new people here that I don't know that aren't saying anything. You know, it's a lot of. It's a lot more pressure. It's just like having a bunch of people you don't know over at your house. You know, it's the same type of feeling. So Ziggy, you pooped, you popped from watching the cat feeds. Yeah, but no, I changed. I appreciate your input. I mean, that's part of it. But I've been doing this for 200 something days. I think it's because I changed my title to stray cats. I used to have Mama Cat, feeding Mama Cat, and I changed it 2 or 3 days ago to stray cats. I guess people are looking up Mama Cat. It makes sense. If you were watching a video on YouTube's homepage, oh wow, so it is. Oh my god, it is real. Nervous. I changed just one word. Wow. All right, well, what's happening in the world? It's Saturday. It feels like Monday. Every day feels like Monday, though. Any new news? Y'all hear about anything happening? They're really trying to make this body cam thing blow up, aren't they? The officers beat this. You know, is anybody else seeing any similarities to last time Trump was in office? Like, all of a sudden, these officers beat this black dude and he dies, and they're trying to make a big deal out of that. Of course, they're going to. I'm surprised BLM's not getting out on the streets yet for it. While at the same time, the avian flu, they're saying all it is a couple of mutations off from being transmissible from human to human. We could have another pandemic. Everything was perfect when Biden was in office. Now all of a sudden, what's going on, man? Oh, and somebody in California won the 1.22 billion Mega Millions. Northern California, though. There are usually more cats here, by the way. Sorry, guys. Stuff's gotten weird now recently with the cats. It's the weather. Maybe one of them's in heat. Maybe the injury. I don't know. It's Saturday though, so they might have extra food on Saturday because maybe more people have the day off. And we used to have so many. Oh, that was poop, by the way, that I picked up out there. It was a piece of poop. Like, I don't know how it got there. It was only like this big, though. In front of the food bowls. Savage is doing that. It looked small enough to be cat, too. I did look. Maybe it was like the tail end of a poop because it was kind of skinny. Maybe they had a little bit left over and they forgot that they need to squeeze that out. I mean, some of these cats might be getting kind of old and senile. No, not kitten poop. No way, no. I think I would have heard it if there was a kitten under the house. I'll put Simon's food up. What are you doing? Oh my God. That worked. Boy. Good boy, Simon. Good boy. He ate about half of what was on his plate, so that worked. What are you doing, buddy? You want to go back out already? Get out of here. Come here. 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 Maybe you think, I don't know, he hears when I scrape the food back to the middle. I always do that before I put it back in the refrigerator. And I think he heard me scrape it, so he thinks that it's ready. I scrape his food to the middle multiple times throughout the morning so I can see if he's eaten. And plus, it encourages him to eat a little bit when I do that. But every time I do it, it makes her think that I'm preparing food for her. So she runs to the gate. And he thinks that it's ready for another dive in. It's in the middle again. He's ready to make a mess. So I gotta. He flattens it. I make it a mound. He flattens it. I make it a mound. Yo, Fluffy, our little vacuum cleaner. Oh shit! Oh shit! What's happening? That was weird. I don't know, I figured another cat was gonna come running at her. She's really skittish, dude, but I think that she's comfortable around the neighbor that has Precious. You're teasing you. Teasing me for what? Oh, about the kitten poop? It was about kitten poop size, though. See, I have my own kitties. I don't need the ferals. Multiple. I'm not fast enough to squirt her. She's easily picking the bottle up. Yeah, I think so too. I think that's probably Precious's mom. He does too. I think if he's not letting Precious out, hang out with him, then that cat's I saw follow him around. One of the two, but I think Precious looks a lot like Fluffy now, so I can't tell the difference. from a distance. Oh my goodness, she's going in for the Ziwi. That's my girl. Our little community vacuum cleaner. No, don't get scared. Please eat that. I even sprinkled some nutritional yeast on top of it to entice a little bit more. It's also got, it's Ziwi rabbit lamb mixed with Purina, Simon's Purina, sensitive skin and stomach duck. And then that is mixed with Purina Pro Hydrocare, a half a packet of that. Make it nice and soupy, super stanky. That stuff was the only thing Simon would eat when his thyroid was all jacked. I was keeping him drinking fluids at least and getting a little bit something. I doubt she'd eat it without that in it. And once she realizes the nutritional yeast isn't mixed in, it's only on top, she might not even want it anymore. I'm trying to get rid of that food, man. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna leave it up here from now on. How about that? I want an excuse to spray you. Come on, you gotta stay up there longer. She's too fast. It's hilarious. She hears me pick this up and she just jumps. She's just, I've only sprayed her one time with it, man. That's awesome. She's a quick learner. She's actually one of the smartest cats I've ever seen. Constantly thinking. She's so fat. Like, she's super hyperactive too. And it just always seems like her mind's working. Simon would just look like he's staring at shit. But yeah, she looks like she's calculating constantly. Her eyes will be darting all over. It's so hard for me to get a good picture of stuff from her. Like, especially if it's on her face, because she'll just be moving all over the place. Dude, these birds, I don't know, I just heard two parrots or parakeets, them little green things, fighting out there. And maybe that freaked her out. But it could have also been the other aforementioned reasons. With those, I would have really liked to. I'm a little bummed. I'm a little bummed she didn't eat more of it. Oh well, we got rid of. We got rid of like 3 bites of it. I can't believe it though. Like I've got that stuff. What else do I have to put in there? Where you know it's not even gonna be like healthy anymore. It's supposed to be healthy food. Worker of a homeless shelter was killed in New York. Was it a migrant?
If there's a clear.
He re-entered the U.S. and was living in a shelter. Nobody thought he. What? Is it really? A freaking migrant? What? Another one. Another one has killed somebody. Search for suspect continues after worker at homeless shelter killed by a migrant. Oh, I guess it's news time. Mixing a fancy feast with it? Maybe you're right. Make Tux eat it. Yeah, I mean, I'll try that. I'll do like a blend, a 50-50 blend of it tomorrow and see if I can get them to eat it that way. It's a good idea, Sister. Why I didn't think of that sooner. Jeez. Oh, shit. I should have thought about that too. I don't know why I didn't think about it. Like, why didn't I do that, dude? And I guess I was worried about wasting the fancy fees. Like, I didn't want to waste two at the same time. Like, what if they don't eat it? They still don't eat it. But if they didn't eat it, I would know the first time. It wouldn't be a big deal. Try it with half a can. Yeah, I could even try it, but I don't have to do a big amount. I could do like a quarter of a can and a quarter of a can. Yeah, I'll figure it out. A little sample dish of it. Alright. Thanks for the idea. Boom.
Accused of setting a woman on.
Oh, this is the same person. Never mind. I thought it happened to like somebody else. Doobie doobie doo. They're still looking for that guy though. They're still talking about the justice that Biden took away from the families for the pardons and everything. The C word. They converted their sentence. That's not the right word. You know what I mean, though. Suburban man mistakes sister. Oh, dude, I'm just going to play this one.
At this hour, Christmas morning turned tragic at a home in the northwest suburbs when a man shot and killed a relative he thought was an intruder coming into his house.
WGN's Angelica Sanchez has more on this story from Schaumburg.
Was he drunk?
Well, prosecutors say the victim in this case was spending Christmas Eve with her sister and brother-in-law. They stayed up late, watched movies while working on Christmas gifts. But the next day, a case of mistaken identity took a deadly turn.
Quite the buzz in the neighborhood, yeah.
Neighbors on the 1800 block of Carlisle Court in suburban Schaumburg are stunned by the allegations against their neighbor, 52-year-old Daniel Garcia. He's accused of shooting and killing his sister-in-law after he says he
I think I've actually slept at a church in Schaumburg once in the one of the homeless program in Chicago. I was homeless in Chicago in the winter. I don't recommend it. I had a car though, but anyway, long story.
Took her for an intruder Christmas morning. He's facing a single charge of involuntary manslaughter.
It's got to be a tragedy in the family. Killed a family member on Christmas Day.
Prosecutors say Schaumburg police responded to the home around 7:20 a.m. Wednesday. They say Garcia was the one that called 911 and made the admission of shooting his sister-in-law. Officers then found 50-year-old Kelly Barnett of New Lenox. She had a gunshot wound to her chest.
Police asked us if we heard any gunshots or anything, and we didn't hear anything.
Prosecutors say Garcia's wife was sleeping when she was woken up by the shooting. She was applying pressure to her sister's wound until help arrived. The victim was lying on the hallway near their bedroom. Police say Barnett was pronounced dead at a nearby hospital.
The neighbors said there were like 10 cop cars and all kinds of cops. And there was police tape around the whole house. There's a forensic van here for 5 or 6 hours on Christmas Day.
Prosecutors say Garcia spoke with officers at the scene and made additional admissions, saying he kept a loaded 9mm handgun on a holster on the side of his bed. He told police he forgot his sister-in-law was in the house in the guest bedroom. Police say he does have a valid FOID card. We knocked on the home, but no one
It's a
answered.
FOID card.
Neighbors we spoke with, both on and off camera, described the couple as pleasant and reserved.
FOID
Neighbor Scott
card.
Ekman hopes they can find a way to move forward from this tragedy.
I just feel bad for them.
Now Garcia is being detained. His next court hearing is scheduled for January 17th. If convicted, he faces 3 to 14 years in prison. Reporting in Schaumburg, Angelica Sanchez, WGN News.
Oh wait, I missed him.
Scheduled for January 17th. Neighbor Scott Ekman hopes this tragedy.
I just feel bad for them.
Being detained. His next court hearing is scheduled for January 17th. If convicted, he faces 3 to 14 years in prison.
That sucks, dude. I mean, it sucks all the way around. Yeah, he's gonna get convicted of something. You can't just shoot your sister-in-law and get away with it. Minimum 3 years you gotta be doing.
Danny James Automotive says, what's your opinion on ultrasonic cleaners? Well, they actually work quite well. They vibrate at real high frequency, and it will clean stuff. There are some ultrasonic cleaners. You can get a cleaner box that stuff goes into, and then you put them in, and it will clean things quite well. Ultrasonic cleaners work really well. I have an ultrasonic cleaner I can clean my teeth with.
What?
It was made in China, so I don't know if it works all that well, you know, but
Oh, he's had dentures,
they will
probably.
work to get things off, especially off metal stuff. It'll just vibrate them off. They work quite well if you get a quality one. Now you buy some cheap Chinese piece of crap for $250 or something, probably won't work at all. But if you get a good one, they actually work quite
How
well.
much is a good one? 1,000? Hold up.
Next question.
The 250 one's the cheap one? I thought the $30 one was the
Miles
cheap
says,
one.
Scotty, I just changed my fuel injectors in my Tacoma. Now it pops a lot from the exhaust. PO 300, 302, 304, 306. Okay. Numero uno. I'm assuming it didn't do that before, right? So if it didn't do it before, something is amiss when you put those injectors on. Now, when you put injectors on, you have to put new O-rings, the rubber seals. If you don't, it's going to suck air. It's going to misfire like mad. That's the biggest mistake a lot of guys do. You have to buy new O-rings. And they have to fit correctly. You want OEM ones. You don't want to go to a discount auto parts store. Can you sell me seals for injectors? They'll be Chinese crap. They won't fit right. You got to get seals. Now, number two, let's say you did, and you put them in right. What often happens is all those injectors are electronic. They got the little clips that snap on, that fire them. And guess what? If you don't have those clips on super tight and they're not connected, you're going to get misfiring. And of course, look at your work area. Maybe you broke a wire when you were doing it. Maybe some line got bent and now it's restricted. So look in the area that you work too.
This guy is so nice for what he does with these. He doesn't even leave these streams up. That's why, like, if you don't watch them, they're gone.
Why do you lie on all your thumbnails? Okay, I'm not lying. What I'm doing is I am tricking people into watching a video so they learn something. And I'll never stop doing it because all my videos are to teach people things that can either save them money, show them how they can fix something themselves, right? Now, a lot of people, they don't want to know anything. So if I trick them into watching the video and they're like, hey, that isn't what he said. Boy, I learned something that's really good. A lot of people don't want to know anything. I'm out here to fool people to learn things. It's a trick I learned. If you make something look humorous or shocking, then they watch it and they learn something that's real. Because the information I give in my videos are 100% real. From my experience working on cars for 57 years, I get peed off at the crap that people make, and I want to warn people about it. And especially if there's a horrible car out there, like a Fiat 500e, I want to tell people, don't buy one of these things. Here's all the reasons not to. So, if I can fool you into watching the video and you learn something, you should thank me for helping you out. Next question.
Come here. Come here, buddy. Come here, buddy.
Philip Markovic said, what's your opinion on Mitsubishi Mirage 2020? Okay, now, if it's a manual transmission, they can be excellent vehicles. If it's an automatic, they're generally rolling piles of junk as they age because Mitsubishi never had very good automatic transmissions. They've always had problems with them, you know, and you're talking about one that's 5 years old now. If you're thinking about buying one, I'd say look at Toyotas and Hondas instead. They're much better made. But maybe you can get a fantastic deal because Mitsubishis don't have very good resale values in the United States. If you could get a good deal and a mechanic like me checks it out and says, no, it's in decent shape, and you could get it cheap enough, why not? But be very leery about one that has an automatic transmission. I'm just telling you that. Be very leery. Next question. Diego Castaneda says, Scotty, I got an 06 Dodge Dakota, 3.7 V6. It burns oil. Seems to burn more the more I accelerate. What do you recommend I fixed? Okay, well, I can just about guarantee you the engine is just physically wearing out. Because when you have a car that you really step and accelerate a lot, then you burn oil. Like you take a big trip, so maybe you go a couple hundred miles, you're always stepping on the gas, driving 80 miles an hour, racing around, and then you use a lot of oil. It means the piston rings are worn out. I've seen that over the ages with my customers. They'll have a car that if they just drive it to town slowly, it might burn a little bit of oil. But then they might burn a quart of oil every 500 miles if they really pump it. And that means your piston rings are worn out. All you have to do is have myself, or learn how to do it yourself, do a wet and dry compression test of the engine. You take the spark plugs out, have the compression tested, dry, and then you put a drop of oil in each cylinder and do it wet. And if the pressure goes up wet, that means your piston rings are worn. In that case, there's nothing you can do. Just keep adding oil. Now, you could change a PCV valve, but that has nothing to do with if your PCV valve is bad. It doesn't matter whether you're stepping on it or just driving, it's still going to suck the oil in. I can just about guarantee you your engine's worn out knowing those V6 engines. The piston rings eventually wear out. But do a compression test and you'll find out for sure.
That's making me want to do an oil change.
Donna Plummer says, Scotty, question. Recall on a passenger side seatbelt. Dealership can't find parts. Where can I find it? Okay, if it's a recall, they have to find it. That's their problem. That's why it is a recall. But, I mean, you want to get one, go to a junkyard. But, of course, if they're recalled, the ones in the junkyard are probably recalled. Maybe see if there are aftermarket ones available. There are a lot of aftermarket seatbelts, right? And seatbelts aren't that complicated. So if you can find an aftermarket one, go that route. But if it is a recall, hey, they have to fix it free. There's no ifs, ands, or buts out of that one. That's law. Next question.
Dude, I even got a rental car once when they had to repair some. I think that they had a deal with Enterprise. They were trying to sell those trucks or something.
Chevy Silverado. The engine's up after 300,000 miles. Wow.
Trying to get people to buy a truck.
Don't complain about 300,000 miles out of Silverado. Yeah, back in 05, they made them better. I had a guy with one of the new Silverados that's got that stupid 4-cylinder turbo. The engine blew at 56,000 miles. And I've even read some of them blowing at 6,500 miles. You got 300,000. Just things wear out, right? People with the new ones, they would be happy as could be if theirs lasted 300,000 miles, because the new ones often don't, especially the 4-cylinder turbos. At least you got a big old V8 engine. You got a lot of miles on it. Heck, put another one in.
I have a 4-cylinder turbo.
Next question.
I haven't done my oil in like a year and a half, but I've only put like 2,000 miles on it.
ZXHD says, why are
we
the
don't have very
2020,
extreme
24 Highlander model years having a
temperatures
torch
here.
bed 8-speed tranny? Okay, now
Extreme
Toyota
temperatures affect
had
oil too.
A bunch of different
of course,
speeds, 4 speeds, the 6 speeds are
Extreme
pretty reliable.
cold.
But they went to an 8-speed, and the transmissions themselves weren't horrendous, but they would hunt for gears, just like the Ford/GM designed 10-speed tranny they put in their trucks. They had a lot of problems in the beginning, and the same thing, they would hunt for gears because they have all these gears, and the computer thing is you want power, but you also want gas mileage. So they were playing between the two, and they kind of screwed up, and it didn't work right. So now, what you can try with a lot of those is they often have different settings. Eco, normal, power. You'll often find if you push the power button, they won't hunt for gears because then the computer is going more for power, less for gas mileage, and it won't hunt for gears. And really, once you get to speed on a highway, it doesn't matter what you have it in, you're in top gear. It's just, it gets there faster when you're driving at a power, so it uses a little bit more gas. But once you're cruising speed, it doesn't matter what mode you're in, it's in top gear. Next question.
Dude, mine has a sports mode and a sports sharp and intelligent mode. Intelligent mode, it makes it feel like a regular.
Smell of fishy says.
A little bit
Scotty,
faster
would you
and
recommend fuel
present.
injection service on the 2019 Honda CR-V
But I can
76,000
do it while
miles?
I'm pressing the gas pedal,
Is it's
and
running perfectly fine.
it gives me more boost.
You
It
get a guy
turns
like
my
me or anybody
turbo
with a
on.
scale
I'm
tool,
feeling
they can
like pretty
look
much
at your
just
fuel trims, and
badass.
if your fuel trim is, you know, anywhere plus or minus 1% or less, don't waste your time. It doesn't need it. It's running perfectly. Now, if they're off a little bit, sure. And don't pay anybody. Use my friend Bernie. Just Google Bernie Albuquerque ATS fuel injector cleaner. Buy a can of the stuff, pour it in the gas tank the next time before you fill it up. Then fill it up, and it'll clean it as you drive. And it's excellent stuff. It gets rid of all the carbon. Do you want to do that? Don't pay some guy $200 for some service that you don't need. Next question. Paul Munko TV says, Scotty, what's your opinion on a 2021 above Lexus IS 350S, specifically the all-wheel drive version? Okay.
Really? I didn't know they made that.
The all-wheel drive system is really well made by Toyota and Lexus. Toyota's the company, Lexus is just a name, you know. I've never seen one break, so they're really well made, right? Now, the only thing is, a lot of the new ones only have 4-cylinder turbos, right? I wouldn't buy one. I would not buy one with 4-cylinder. My wife's 6-cylinder Lexus is now 25 years old. It's a quarter of a century old. Still runs like it did when it was brand new. The 6s are so great in those cars. Why would they want to go to turbo for it? Makes no sense to me. I don't understand. Next question. Adam says, are the 1990 model Ford Broncos notoriously unreliable? Yes, they aged, they were. Their trannies went out. Their fuel injection systems were kind of crappy. You know, that's why they stopped making the Broncos. But now they're making them again as a completely different vehicle. Have nothing to do with the original Ford Bronco.
What about the Bronco? I wonder what he thinks about the Bronco
As they
2s.
age, yeah, those things just fall apart.
The smaller
Plus, if you
Broncos.
live up north, they were rust buckets. They would just rust through. They didn't coat them very well.
see stuff. Thanks for the
Everything
stuff.
rust. The frame, the body, everything came apart on those things as they aged. But I mean, if you like old vehicles, you can find one from Texas, New Mexico, Oklahoma. Hey, you might have a nice project car. Next question. Tim Ness says, Scotty, help me trying to buy a new SUV. What would you buy? Toyota Sequoia, GMC Yukon, or Lexus LX 600? Well, either way it goes, you're going to be spending an awful lot of money, right? But I'm assuming you want your vehicle to last. So forget the Yukon. Look at the Sequoia and
Dang,
the Lexus.
27
They're
miles.
very similar vehicles, and see how much you want to spend for what you're getting. You know, you're going to be spending an awful lot of money. You want something that's going to last. You could probably get the Sequoia at a better price. And it all depends, you know, you want to impress people by having a Lexus instead of a Toyota, all that nonsense that goes on. But forget the GMC. I wouldn't even think about buying one of those.
I think my dad did that too, sister.
Next
Those are
question.
two. It's like double the miles I get in my car, Ziggy. I get like 16.
Nana Boo says, will cars that sit for a while still run, like 4 years? Well, that depends. Now, I get that question all the time from people. And the first thing I say is, okay, why was that car sitting for 4 years? And if the answer is, well, it was broken, well, it's not going to be fixed sitting there. Now, the engine might be locked up, all kinds of problems. The gas tank may be full of crud, and you're going to have to replace the gas tank and flush out the fuel injection system. So many things can go wrong, right? But let's say it's just somebody had an extra car and they parked it and it was a Toyota Corolla. You might put a battery in it and it might start right up and you drive away. But you got to know a little of the history, because I've had people tow me cars. Well, this is it for 4 years. They told it to me, and I'm doing all kinds of tests, and I'm like, well, the engine's locked up. And then you find out from their son, oh, yeah, the engine locked up 4 years ago. Well, why did you tow it to me? You know the engine's locked up. They expected a miracle, like I'd heal it, put my hands on the engine, and it would automatically be fixed for more money than the car's worth. Of course, you got to know why it started to sit there in the first place. Next question. Puff said, what's your opinion on a 335 diesel BMW? All right, now, I'm not a fan of BMW, planned obsolescence, all that crap, but those are pretty well-made cars. The Europeans love them. When I was in England, people drove them all around. They had police cars that were BMWs, and those are pretty well-made diesel engines, right? Now, the problem is it's a BMW, so the maintenance is insane. They want to charge you a fortune. The parts cost a fortune and all that stuff. I mean, for a while, at one point in time, they were putting some of those diesel engines in Lincolns and in BMWs. Of course, they never really cut the mustard. The United States isn't a diesel country. We really don't like diesels, and they just never really made it in the United States.
Diesel electrics are everywhere in Europe. They're the main vehicle.
Glenn Miles says, Scotty, where's the best area to buy a used vehicle and what to look for? Well, of course, don't go to any of the car lots. They just have, they either have junk or they bought something for $5,000 and they want to sell it to you for 15. Ask your friends, relatives, anybody. Look at any kind of Facebook, whatever. I've had people buy some great cars on Facebook, but you got to be fast. A guy in Rhode Island bought a beautiful four-wheel drive 4Runner.
Take a shot.
And it only had like 60,000 miles on it.
You got to do it at the police station.
I looked at Facebook and it had only been on for a minute. And it turns out the guy was only 10 minutes away, so I quick got in my car and went over there and bought it. You got to be fast in those cases, though. You got to be really fast.
Yeah, it's gotten crazy out here. Like, all the flippers, dude, have made buying stuff off places like Craigslist and eBay kind of ridiculous. You can't really get a good deal like you used to.
USA says it looks like Honda got rid of its 1.5-liter turbo engines for the 2025 Civic. All trims have a 2-liter non-turbo. Do you think that's a good idea? I think it's a great idea. Smart on Hondas. That 2-liter turbo engines. Honda probably makes the best 2-liter 4-cylinder engines throughout history. They make great 2-liter engines. And without a turbo, guess what? They're going to last longer. And for once, somebody's not going to turbo. They're going away from turbo to non-turbos. To me, great move. Well, that's it for today. Realize every day of the week I upload 2 videos on the Scotty Kelmer channel. Subscribe, hit the notification bells and all that. And I'm now back in Tennessee, so I'm in Central Time.
Hey.
I'm on YouTube Live Saturdays at 10 a.m. Central Time. And I'm also on YouTube Live Thursdays at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And a week from Sunday, if you want to meet me, I am going to be at the Customs House Museum and Cultural Center in Clarksville, giving a free talk. There's only 300 seats, so you can go to them. It's visitor services at customhouse.org, and you can reserve a seat. You don't have to reserve a seat, but if you don't and they're all gone, then you'll have to wait outside, I guess. So I'll catch you on Thursday.
That's it. 35 minutes. That's all you get. And I was late. And as soon as he does that button, it's gone. I can't even rewind it and look at anything. Like right now, he rewinded it to see if I can play it.
Computer screen, and I
How long will it let me play it?
Back in Tennessee, so it's
Maybe he's sleeping
10
him up
a.m.
now.
Central Time, Saturdays, and 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Thursday Central Time.
How long will it play?
And if anybody ever gets confused when I'm live in those times, you just go to the Scotty Kelmer channel.
It's actually loading it. That's interesting.
Then you'll see when I am live, there'll be a little thing that says live on all the choices. You click on live, you get here, you can ask me questions. So
he's leaving this one up.
Let the fun begin. Kelmer live.
Interesting. He might start to leave them up.
Says, what
Well, that's cool. I bet he's gonna take it down though. Oh, wait, does he? What the hell? It's already down. Yeah, this video is unavailable. If I play it, and I play it to where it get, yeah, boom, unavailable. Bye, Scotty. Bill, Billy, baby, Billy. Oh, hey, hold up. Hey, I don't have Discord on. Notifications aren't going out for that. And then your song is perfect for here, Bill. So Bill, what's going on, Bill? What's good? We gotta get the whole. Gotta get the whole effect here. So Bill, what's going on, Bill? What's going on, Billy, baby, baby? Bill is in the house with us, talking all sweet, being a little beat, making us be in heat. I'm yelling down the street. Neighbors looking at me, looking at me. I'm in heat. You did that. Bill, you did that to me. I'm in heat. My vagina is itchy. Why did I lose people? Oh man. The randoms didn't like that one. Well, fuck you then. That's the real me. You know, fake shit around here. Is that right, Bill? Hey, Miss Buggle? Miss Buggle loves that song. I got a bunch of fans of that song, okay? Doesn't matter if they don't like it, huh, guys? Nobody wants to say yes. Alright, what's this?
That's all you can do about this stuff. So, as if we needed another example of Biden's last-minute spending spree, here's another one. The Biden IRS has sent out $2.4 billion in COVID emergency stimulus checks this week, about 2 years after the COVID emergency ended. Really? Joining me now is North Dakota Senator Kevin Kramer. Senator, yeah, you shake your head. That's all you can do about this stuff.
Is Little Wayne getting some more money?
All we can do come January 20th. But I gotta say, adding insult to injury, we get this from the retiring IRS Commissioner Danny Werfel. Excuse me. He said, to minimize headaches and get this money to eligible taxpayers, we're making these payments automatic, meaning these people will not be required to go through the extensive process of filing an amended return.
Oh, it's the 1600 or whatever.
They're just throwing money out the window.
Yeah, I guess they didn't get the whole inflation is a bad thing memo, David, and we're responsible for it. They seem to have missed that one as well. It's really quite ludicrous.
It's the same 1600. They've already talked about it.
Who didn't ask for the money, didn't apply for it when it was, supposedly available in 2021 tax returns. That now somehow they're just going to force it on them, and who knows for sure if it's even true? Who knows? But by true, I mean who knows if they're even eligible eligible, or if they're really supposed to be getting it, or if this is just some sort of last-minute stunt to drive up inflation as Donald Trump comes in to the White House. I don't know, but it's one of the crazier things. And just imagine, this is with 87,000 new IRS employees that the first fuel on the fire of inflation.
87,000
created, so they could go after
Trump's
more
going to fire those people.
I mean, it's why we're where we are, and it's why Donald Trump's going to be president soon.
And by the way, those tens of thousands of extra IRS where they're not just going to be going over a small number of millionaires and billionaires. They're going for the middle class. They're going for the small businesses, the pass-through businesses. They're the ones that are going to get hit the hardest and have to, even if they're completely innocent, they'll have to take months off of their business schedule to fill all these forms. And concerning COVID, I don't want to leave COVID completely, because does anybody even know how much money is left in some of those COVID funds?
Well, and I think that's part of what's at stake, David, is I don't know how much there is. I don't think anybody knows exactly how much there is, but a lot of what is left is what they're trying to get rid of quickly so that it doesn't become, a pay for some tax cuts, or pay for some regulatory, cuts in various agencies. There are just all kinds of ways, better ways to utilize any leftover COVID money than just to simply give it to people and drive up inflation. So, no, I don't know, but I would hope that's one of the things that the DOGE committee gets after, and that Congress itself gets after. And
then we have this horribly named Inflation Reduction Act, which was essentially, at least Biden admitted, it was essentially a green energy act. That's what it amounted to. Billions and billions, just peppered with all of these subsidies. I shouldn't say just billions, tens, even hundreds of billions of dollars in these various subsidies. I think even as much as they'd love to spend money before they leave, even the Biden administration can't spend all that money. Should we claw all that money back?
I believe that we should claw a lot of it back, and what we ought to do is repurpose some of those dollars.
Yes.
Some of it's not necessary at all. Some of it might be better utilized in somewhere else. There are a lot of the
building a wall, like building more of a border wall.
There you have it.
What is the problem?
Let's do that. And by the way, that would cost much less than putting up a whole bunch of electric vehicle charging stations where nobody drives electrical vehicles, or turning our entire energy grid over to China's supply chain, or whatever the case might be. There's a whole lot we can be doing, and I can't wait to get started on it.
Now, we mentioned already in the show the DOGE recommendations that are coming up. We're already seeing some of them drip out, but how is that going to be picked up by Congress? How will that be put into action?
Yeah, it's a great question, because DOGE doesn't have authority, but what they do have is influence. Yes. And so you're like you said, they're already dripping some things out. These are big things. I actually think it adds value to the work of the appropriators and the budgeters and the Congress by providing both political cover and, by the way, some political exposure to a lot of the waste. I love one of the first ideas I read about, of course, is the simplification of the tax code. And therein lies one of our first opportunities with the new Congress through budget reconciliation. The simplification of the tax code could be the greatest gift to the economy and to every taxpayer in this country, and certainly to business.
By the way, that's Steve Forbes' idea. Get rid of all deductions for everybody, just have a simple flat tax. You think Congress is ready for something that revolutionary?
Well, I don't think that they are. I love the idea of a flat tax, but a flatter tax would even be better, because right now we have these 7 brackets. I think when the House passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, when I was in the House in 2017, we were down to 3 brackets. The Senate brought it back up to 7 brackets. And there are ramifications to the transition and all those things, David. But there's no question. Simpler is better. It costs a lot less. It unleashes economic opportunity. The tax code itself is one of the worst regulations on every taxpayer in the country, unless, of course, you're a CPA or a tax lawyer. It's pretty good for your economy.
But you can't wait on these things, Senator Kramer. Don't you agree? Yeah. You have to. The tax extensions have to be at the front of the line, or at least side by side some of the border policies that we need. No?
It's an interesting point. What I worry a little bit about, David, is particularly given what we've been through the last few weeks, just trying to get the government funded for a few more months. You see how complex this big machine is, and when you start dealing with something as big as the tax code, it's going to take a little while. We know that, but at the same time, the border crisis is an immediate crisis. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act don't expire till the end of the year. What I worry about is if we begin the tax
Senator. The end of the year isn't far off. And also Americans voted for something. It is a complex deal. I understand putting together a tax plan is a very complex deal, but you have a president who wants it, and you have a president who now has more power than he did after he won the election. 51% approval rating, according to Gallup, we heard today. So more Americans want him to do changes now, and because they want money in their pocket. You can't wait that long on these tax extensions.
Sure. Well, the money in their pocket won't change until next year anyway. But having said that, just remember, Congress operates, they do, you're right, and there's no question it creates momentum. And that's true. And we ought to be working on it as we are right now through the end of the year if that's what it takes. But Congress generally operates best on deadlines, not starting points. So if we start on January 4th or July 4th or August 4th, it seems like we always end up at the end of September. Having said that,
it is always going to be like that.
There are a lot of things to do, whether we do them all at once or do them in tranches. I'm for all of it. We need to go big. But remember, if we get to simplifying, if we put Steve Moore in charge of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act extensions and he came up with a flat tax, that shouldn't take very long.
Well, there's only one person who needs to be in charge, and we know who that is. It's Donald Trump. It's the man who can kick the entire Congress, both the House and the Senate, in the rear end and get them moving. Nobody's been in power until he comes in January 20. I mean, nobody's in power right now. So we need somebody to do that. We're way over time. Senator, great to see you. Thank you very much for being here. Hope you had a great Christmas and Happy New Year to you.
Oh, you just want me to fetch you? Not yet. You just want me to... Oh, so this is interesting right here. 18%.
Saying the United States saw an 18.1% increase in homelessness this year, with more than 770,000 people counted as homelessness. Now, this report coming out of the Department of Housing and Urban Development, they said that federally required tallies taken across the country in January of this year found that more than 770,000 people were counted as homeless, a number that misses some people and does not include those staying with friends or family because they do not have a place of their own. Nicole Christine there at Fox 10 Phoenix. She says she's working on a story zeroing in on stats and resources in Arizona. She says she has so far learned there was a 3.5% increase in people experiencing homelessness here in Arizona. Live now look there over the Valley of the Sun in Phoenix. Well, we do have Nicole Christine standing by live. Let's bring her into the conversation here. Let's talk more about what she found. And Nicole, thanks for being with us. But this is just a really devastating number and such a meteoric rise from just last year. What did you find here in Arizona?
Yeah, thank you, Andrew, for joining me to talk about such an important topic. And what I want to start with is what one of the organization leaders I spoke with today said, which was that this is not something we're talking about the other. These people are not the other. These are people in our communities. They could be any one of us. And there are so many different ways that people experience homelessness, whether it's mental health, addiction, medical emergencies that drain your savings. I mean, there are so many reasons. And of course, something we can all relate to is the the growing prices. And we have a really high eviction rate here in Arizona, the highest we've ever seen currently. And so many factors at play. And that makes the approach to helping people experiencing homelessness something that has to be multifaceted as well. So this is something that we really all should care about. And that was one of the messages that I learned today. Something that a lot of us think of, every once in a while or maybe around the holidays. We should be thinking about this every single day. So we did put together a story, if we want to pull that up now, and give you a little bit more insight, and then we can kind of dive into some of the things that are talked about in the story as we go.
None of these statistics that are coming out are surprising.
A federal report out today shows an 18% increase in Americans experiencing homelessness. In Arizona, there are more than 14,000 people experiencing homelessness this year, a 3.5% increase from 2023.
Russia says it shot down an F-16 in Ukraine. Russian state media claims the country's air defenses shot down the Ukrainian-manned fighter jet in the Zaporizhia region. According to Vladimir Rogov, the Kremlin-appointed leader of the occupied area, the jet was downed after launching a missile. Ukrainian officials have not confirmed the incident. If it's true, this would represent only the second loss of an F-16 since Ukraine began receiving the jets from Western allies.
Yeah, that's an American jet that just got shot down. Are they going to reimburse us for losing our plane or what?
Previously reported the crash of an F-16 in August. That was during a response to a Russian missile attack, though the exact circumstances of that crash remain unclear. The Russian oil company Fors was offering a bounty of 15 million rubles for a downed F-16. At the time the bounty was announced, it was worth around $170,000. Now the exchange rate puts the bounty at around $146,000. But each fighter lost costs Ukraine more than money. Every F-16 shot down is a crucial hit to Ukraine's
Fuck you, man. I needed to cost them money also.
Air defense. The country secured commitments for just over 100 F-16s from allies like Denmark, the Netherlands, Norway, Belgium, and Greece.
Well, none of ours.
Support is provided by the United States.
Wait, what?
And Greece. Logistical support is provided by the United States.
Logistical support? What does that mean? Transporting them? I thought they did too. I heard that we gave them some, so...
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky cautions the current number of jets may not be enough to compete with Russian air power.
Dude,
delays in pilot training further slowed down Ukraine's ability to deploy the jets effectively. Ukraine also had to navigate adapting its existing weapons onto the Western-made F-16s. But the deployment of the fighters to Ukraine is presenting enough dilemmas for Russia to justify the complications Ukraine is facing. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov described the delivery of F-16s as a signal action by NATO, suggesting it could escalate nuclear tensions. Western officials, however, downplayed
if we back out of NATO like Trump is talking about, does that mean that we don't share our planes with them like we have been? Like they will no longer get the top of the line American aeronautical engineered planes. They'll have to do it themselves, right? Let's get out of NATO. Fuck them.
Claim calling it standard military support. For more of our unbiased Straight Fact reporting, download the Straight Arrow News app today.
I look forward to seeing all the crazy shit Trump tries to do. Let's buy Canada. Let's buy the Panama Canal. Let's buy Greenland. If he does everything, it's gonna get crazy here. This is called Trump's attention.
Canadian diplomats just met with President-elect Trump's team in Florida to discuss the risk of imposing new trade tariffs and the northern border. The visit follows Trump offering Canada tax cuts if they agreed to become our 51st state. Former State Department senior advisor under Trump, Christian Whitten, joins us now. Christian, great to see you this morning. It's fun, and I think there's a lot of really deep conversations to be had about American expansion. The question is, how seriously do we take this idea of Canada becoming the 51st state
It's a huge
of
state,
America?
though.
And
Holy
I think
shit.
the answer, Christian, is pretty seriously if they're running to Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, I think it's serious. Now, they're running to Mar-a-Lago in panic mode. Justin Trudeau, the left-wing prime minister who is probably on his way out, probably will lose office along with his party this year, already went to Mar-a-Lago. Obviously, what he said and offered wasn't sufficient for Trump because Trump has been sort of having fun, I think, on Truth Social, on Twitter with this. You know, it's not a bad idea if you take the central provinces, if you take Alberta, Saskatchewan, parts of Manitoba, and if you take British Columbia, excluding Vancouver, which is very left-wing, those states make a lot of sense and would be a natural part of the United States and a link with Alaska, maybe with Greenland. If you take all of Canada, you're going to get a lot of lefties, a lot of socialists, some French speakers, and you're going to make America harder to govern or more liberal. So, I don't think it's a terrible idea, and I think a lot of those central provinces might like to be governed by Washington or at least have more self-governance rather than the Pinkos in Ottawa who are unpopular.
I think that's such a great point, Christian, and it's one that needs to be highlighted. It actually ties into this culture debate that's been raging with Vivek and Elon. You don't just absorb a new country unless they can be absorbed into your culture. That's a bottom line truism, and maybe parts of Canada can. By the way, Jean-Sébastien Comeau, spokesman for Canada's new finance minister, Dominic LeBlanc, said Minister LeBlanc and Minister Joly had a positive, productive meeting at Mar-a-Lago with Howard Lutnick and Doug Burgum as a follow-up to the dinner between the Prime Minister and President Trump last month. I want to also transition to this, because if we're going to talk about American expansion, I actually love the instincts by Trump. Greenland, Canada, Panama, if it makes sense for the United States. Can you talk to me about the Panama Canal? What is it about China and the role they're playing at the Panama Canal that has Trump's attention?
Two things about the canal. Well, one is Chinese companies like Hutchison Whampoa, which is Hong Kong based. And as you know, Hong Kong is just another Chinese city now. The Beijing extinguished press freedom there, threw people like Jimmy Lai into prison who owned a pro-democracy paper. So you have, anyway, these Chinese companies that basically operate the ports of the canal that we built at great expense and at great cost of life. Lots of people died of malaria. That's sort of the concern number one. China also owning a port now, a super port in Peru, so it's extending its tentacles into our southern hemisphere. And then also, basically, Panama is charging tariffs. They're non-tariff barriers to trade, but exorbitant fees for ships to transit the Panama Canal. U.S. ships, whether it's the military or ships carrying commercial goods, sometimes these fees can go as high as $400,000 during ordinary times, and in extraordinary times they can go up to $4 million. So these are things that have to be corrected in Trump's view.
Okay, one last quick question for you, Christian. I'm tight with 30 seconds, but I know you can answer it. What does Greenland offer to the United States? If that were a serious piece of American expansion, what would we get out of Greenland?
Well, they would get something and we would get something. As climate changes, I believe naturally, it's easier to exploit natural resources in Canada, and especially if you have U.S. capital and the resources there. Greenlanders who are ruled by Denmark, really mad at their high cost of living, we can help make them rich. If they had an Alaska-style trust fund where they get revenue instead of the government from natural resource extraction, they could all be millionaires. So they would be better off and we would be better off.
All right, good stuff. Fascinating discussion that I think too many people are dismissing as crazy talk. You know, crazy talk used to be what drove the world forward, Christian. So I appreciate the instinct from Donald Trump and your enlightenment this morning. Christian Whitten, thanks a lot.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to
like
subscribe
50
to the Fox
years
News
after the Wright
YouTube
brothers
page
and
to
talking
catch our
about going
hottest
to the
interviews
moon and
and
shit.
most compelling analysis.
That was probably crazy talk. Kennedy was talking about that. Oh, the country of the natives. Yeah. At the same time, though, they didn't really know who to trust, though, did they? Because there were natives that were trying to scalp us. Also, there were native tribes that were more I mean, I guess we might have known the more violent tribes, the more peaceful tribes. And we took advantage of the peaceful ones. As well as, I mean, just coming here getting them sick with our germs. People didn't know that was going to happen, though. China is in our living rooms.
The Deputy National Security Advisor said hackers targeted a large number of devices, mostly in the Washington, D.C., Virginia area. Like I mentioned, the FBI is adding more of these targets that were primarily involved in governmental politics.
Simon.
I have to ask, Laura, based on your experience in intelligence, what were these hackers after?
Get comfortable this way.
Any pattern of life, activities of people who make important decisions and have access to secrets and or have access to people who have access to secrets in the United States. The sort of information we get today from our computers, from our texts, from our phone calls, cannot be accessed other ways. That said, the importance of human intelligence cannot be lost in the age of digital data espionage. Because if you think about it, yes, a text can tell someone where I might be going for lunch, might even be able to capture what I say to somebody in writing, but it doesn't capture what I think. And to elicit that sort of information, one needs a human being.
So, Laura, what should these companies be doing that they're better protected against hacks like this? Because we are hearing about them more often than not.
Well, it's scary because China is in our living rooms. I mean, if you look at the details of Salt Typhoon, it appears that China is actually burrowing into routers, the sort that you and I have in our living rooms so that we can be on our laptops in our dining rooms. In terms of what the companies can do, one of the things is how they log the information, which essentially is keeping a record that fits together like puzzle pieces to create a key to access information and also document what happened. Now, there has been a long-standing conversation between industry and government about how to secure our systems from foreign adversaries. No one with any credibility wants to give access to China or Russia, Iran. Sure. How to do that and make sure that we can still function, that we can still use our technology. And that's always a balance.
Should U.S. intelligence agencies be offering more assistance to protect these companies that have so much valuable data?
The U.S. intelligence community has been doing that for a very long time. I have personally been involved in conversations in which companies have been resistant to adding more security or adding more tools to their systems at the recommendation of governments. Now, I'm not a coder. I doubt you're a coder either. I'm not a software engineer, so I cannot get into the details of which bytes, which zeros, which ones. But this conversation has been going on for more than a decade.
Laura, do they cite why they don't want to update their tools? What's their reasoning?
It's not. I think it's too easy to say they don't want to update their tools. In fact, sometimes the industry comes to government to say, hey, there's a hole here, you need a patch. It's a symbiotic two-way conversation. And it often comes down to cost benefit. Sure, we could say our homes, right? We all have locks on our front doors. We all, no one's going to argue. You should have a lock on your front door. Now, do you also need an alarm system? Do you also need a physical fence? Do you also need foot patrols? So you really have to think about it like that. It depends where you live. It depends what's in of the house.
Thank you for that.
So it's complicated. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that insight. So this all happening as President-elect Trump is asking the Supreme Court to delay a new ban for TikTok, which of course is based in China. I thought of TikTok when you mentioned a moment ago that China's in our living room. How much of a risk do apps like TikTok pose, especially in light of these breaches that we're seeing so much of?
TikTok, as held now by China, is a critical national security threat. There is no question in my mind. Think about it. TikTok not only projects messages and projects information that is used to influence people, especially young Americans, it also can collect information.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red.
Going on right here? What is going on right here, boy? I tell you what, boy. That world guy got some big titties. I say, why? Oh. Oh, thank you. Yes. Hey. Goodbye. If Ted was here, he would have definitely done this.
Come on, Teddy! Come on, Teddy!
Derek Chauvin appeal could reverse conviction.
Well, we bet you've not seen this before. Hundreds of chickens are being housed inside a mall. Deputies seized them in a series of cockfighting busts. They didn't want us talking about it, but we got the information that's been really spread like wildfire. Channel 9's Nick Pampantonis has more on what's being called actually one of the worst kept secrets in all of Lake County.
You could hear the ruckus from outside the Lake Square Mall. Our photographer pressing his cell phone to the narrow window of the loading bay door, where inside, dozens of cages housing roosters and hens seized in a cockfighting bust. A scene law enforcement didn't want us to find. Sources familiar with the investigation told us over the summer, deputies and animal services seized upwards of 500 chickens across a series of more than a half dozen raids. In total, they said they were drawing up charges on as many as a dozen primary leaders of the ring. But months later, only one person has been arrested. Heinrich Muller, originally booked on more than 100 charges in June after two deputies went to his property to investigate a 911 hang-up, unknowingly stumbling into the middle of one of the fights. Documents show as many as 50 people fled the property, some throwing chickens into their cars before speeding off.
He had basically told them that he had rented the property out for a party.
6 months later, not much else has happened. Our sources told us the investigation was complicated when detectives tracked the ring into neighboring counties and ultimately over the Mexican border. Lake County deputies said state and federal agencies swooped in and took the case over. In the months since, we emailed FDLE repeatedly and never got a word in response. The Attorney General's office finally sent us a note this month saying it has an active case and can offer no further comment. It's not clear if any charges will ever be brought or if any of the unnamed suspects are still in the United States. As for the chickens, they're no longer being housed inside the Lake Square Mall. The state ordering every chicken and egg seized in the raids euthanized, fearing the spread of diseases.
As for the one case they do have, prosecutors have dropped all but 2 charges against Heinrich Muller. He faces a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison, but will likely receive 5 years or less if convicted. Nick Papantonis, Channel 9 Eyewitness News.
out of eggs.
I was threatened today with eggs.
Governor Newsom was in Oakland this morning with a warning for city officials.
Yeah, announcing the state is extending its support from the California Highway Patrol in the East Bay for another month, but says that help comes with some strings attached.
ABC 7 News reporter Monica Madden was there. Monica, tell us more about why the governor is so focused on crime in Oakland right now.
Well, Kristen, the CHP surge in Oakland was set to expire in 4 days, so the governor is extending it a month, but he wants the Oakland Police Commission to change its pursuit policy.
I'm here to sort of reinvigorate that sense of optimism and possibility back into Oakland, but it starts foundationally with public safety.
In Oakland Friday morning, Governor Gavin Newsom announced California Highway Patrol officers will continue helping Oakland for now.
We're at a point, an inflection point, in terms of the state's support.
Calling on the city's police commission to allow OPD to engage in car chases if they want continued help from the state.
In return, that partnership requires that local change and local support.
Current OPD policy only allows officers to chase someone if the suspect committed a violent forcible crime or a crime with a firearm.
Someone that literally puts people's lives at risk, that occurs right in front of an officer in a vehicle. That officer cannot, under this extreme pursuit policy here in Oakland, pursue that suspect. This commitment from the state can't continue unless we see commensurate changes.
CHP increased its Oakland presence in February, and Oakland's police union says it's making a difference.
This has been a huge impact.
The governor says CHP has quadrupled shifts in the East Bay. Reported homicides in Oakland are down 35% from this time last year. Union President Wee Win recognizes there is a balance to strike when it comes to car chases and public safety, but believes current pursuit policy is hampering their toolkit.
We have officers that severely injured themselves in vehicle pursuit, and also community members that we have seen that result in death. But also, we also have to take consideration that not doing anything about it and let people do what they want is not the answer.
Some in City Hall are planning to add pressure on the commission too.
We haven't got any pushback. I think we have to talk individually with the commissioners and let them know the urgency and importance of this.
We reached out to the Oakland Police Commission for comment about the pursuit policy, but did not hear back. The governor also is pointing to 11 new laws in 2025 that he says will crack down on property and retail crime across California. Live in studio, Monica Madden, ABC 7 News.
Well, all right. Crackers and cheese is Jesus crackers, garlic and herb cheese. I think this is actually made in Denmark. It was on sale. It was on deep discount. Sardines, stuffed olives, a little onion here, a little pickled onion with it. Oh yeah. What's in there? Nothing. I was out of eggs. I'm still out of them actually.
There's a major effort on both sides of the border today to put a dent in the pollution crisis destroying the Tijuana
This
River.
like last week,
On the
I didn't hear
Mexican
about it,
side, a trash cleanup, and on the U.S. side, this new project is officially in place to collect the trash that floats over. NBC7's Shelby Bremer joins us live now from the border in San Isidro with details. And Shelby, where are you exactly?
Yeah, Jackie, I am in the Tijuana riverbed right now, and this is where thousands of pounds of trash flow over the border each year. Behind me, you can see that new project. This is called a trash boom, and it's a really interesting piece of technology that's designed to address that crisis that's so threatening the health and safety of this community, but also
the trash
the
on their
entire
side. That's what we should be doing somehow.
This is a trash boom.
It's also Oscar Romo's baby. He designed this system, a string of structures that float when the Tijuana River rises and trap the tsunami of trash.
This trash is toxic. So obviously the community need to be up in arms against this trash.
Romo first proposed this project 20 years ago, and the pollution crisis has only continued to grow.
I was losing hope.
Finally, 2 years ago, $4.7 million in federal grant funding.
I was waiting for the day that this could happen, whether I was
It went towards his house payment.
It happened. It's happening today.
Well, that cost $4 million.
The trash boom will collect floating garbage emptied periodically. One way to combat the lack of centralized trash collection in Tijuana that's at the heart of this crisis.
People have nowhere to put their trash, so it gets thrown into the rivers, into the channels, into the canals, all of which are important tributaries to the Tijuana River.
On the Mexican side of the border Tuesday, nonprofit Wild Coast organized a cleanup of their own. Through these events and their own 2 trash booms,
all that shit's from Mexico, for
they've
real?
collected quite a bit. 250,000 pounds.
We really need the
We should
Tijuana
make them
government and the
pay for
Mexican
them
government to
doing that.
hold themselves accountable
Yeah.
and to put some infrastructure in place so that people have
something.
somewhere to put their waste.
Trump needs to do something about
A
that.
national effort to protect the border communities and
But he
the
could.
entire ecosystem.
Environmental crises like trash
Make
and
them
climate
pay
change
for
and
us picking
pollution
it up, at
impact
least.
all of us.
So we have a jewel that we need to preserve.
So the timing of this installation is really key here, ahead of the rainy season, which brings a lot more garbage picking up in January. It's also important to note that this is a pilot project, so the maintenance and trash removal is funded for about 2 years. Reporting live in San Isidro, Shelby Bremer, NBC7.
All right, thank you, Shelby.
Brody, while I see. You know what I was eating? Oh, this is good. We have more Democrats talking.
In order for the
These are always
Democrats to
funny.
rise like a phoenix from the ashes of our electoral defeat, we need to look at more than just the outer issues, such as data analysis and field organizing and fundraising.
Proud
we need to
Democrats.
transform. In a way, we need to reinvent the Democratic Party in order to counter what MAGA is bringing to the table.
This week, Marianne Williamson became the latest candidate and first woman to jump into the race for Democratic National Committee chair. The former 2020 presidential candidate joins a wide field vying for the seat that current chair, DNC chair Jamie Harrison, is leaving. This comes at a time where Democrats are moving past a difficult presidential election loss and now beginning to focus on their party's future. Joining us now is Marilyn Davis, who is running for secretary of the DNC, and she's coming with the glasses, so I'm all in. I'm in.
Always has a good spectacle on.
I'm all in.
She always has on a good spectacle. Marilyn, can we just first get your, so first of all, you are running for one of the most important positions, I would argue, in the Democratic National Committee. That is the
chair.
One of the most important.
Oh, okay.
I said one. Dang.
Well, chairman, guys.
Then the second. So just talk first. Why? What is your pitch to DNC members for why you should be the secretary? Again, 448 people are going to make this decision. And then, do you have any thoughts about the chair's race? There are lots of folks that have gotten in the break. We were discussing the fact that we have yet to see a person of color throw their hat into the ring.
Well, they're going to definitely vote for her then.
DNC chair. I have thoughts about why, but here for yours.
So here's why I am running for secretary of the DNC, one of the most powerful positions at the DNC. One, the role of the secretary is to provide the infrastructure for the DNC leaders to engage, to effectively communicate to state party chairs, to DNC members, to candidates, activists, and elected officials. In order for the Democratic Party to attain victories in all 50 states, Democrats must work together, and it all starts in the secretary's office. As far as the chair's race, you know, someone's going to lead the party. They're all great candidates, but we need to make sure that the entire leadership team is reflective of the diversity of this country.
I love that.
Even Marianne Williamson.
The diversity, right? That's why 3 black people on the screen.
She'll need to comment on that. So, my question really goes to what you just described as one
this
of
is
the,
more than
the
diversity. They're fucking pushing the white man out.
The secretary plays, and that is communication. So, how do you, or how should you, begin in that role to help the DNC?
Where's the inclusivity for the white man?
Black women.
Does that not help it
right now
stay diverse?
A little bit, how should we say, outdone with the party, with obviously the results of the election.
They want to be disproportionately represented in our government, and this shit's pissing me off a little bit. You know, they want to be mostly minorities in our government when our country is mostly white people. Why the fuck would we want our country ran by minorities when most of these minorities, their ancestors came to our country because, well, guess what? Those same minority, their civilizations aren't good at running countries. Why would they come here and be good at it?
To secure the victory, and not take for granted and assume that, well, we'll get through another cycle, all is well, and you start putting out pro forma conversations and talking points, blowing past the fact that there are members within your ranks who are not happy.
Absolutely, totally understand. I have to say this. I am a daughter of rural South Carolina. I have worked on 5 presidential campaigns. I've worked in corporate America, from the State House to Capitol Hill. I am now a business owner. I am running for secretary of the DNC because we need leaders who are engagement focused and who will put people ahead of polls. In this election, 92% of black women support the party. We are a loyal constituency, and we deserve a seat at the table. And black women cannot, we don't have the luxury of giving up or setting this of black polls. In this election, 92% of black women support the party. We are a loyal constituency.
Dude, that's because you had a black woman running for president. What are you talking about? Of course they supported that shit. They were like, I'm getting in the vote, girl. You better believe it.
And we deserve a seat.
We need to run shit.
And black women cannot, we don't have the luxury of giving up or setting this one out. Our families are dependent on us. Our communities are dependent on us. We have to stay in the game. We have to stay engaged. Our future depends on it.
I want to talk a little bit about that engagement first strategy. It echoes some reporting that there was in the Washington Post about an emphasis on redistributing money.
Dude, they see what did the Democratic Party do for black women? The past 4 years, what it changed for black women for the better because of the Biden administration? Anything?
And power to the state parties. They write, quote, the Association of State Democratic Chairs adopted
I would like to know what she got her
business that would give state parties 50% of all funds that national leaders raise through joint fundraising agreements with their state accounts. It would also dramatically increase monthly funding for state operations, while separately giving state chairs more decision-making power in national party affairs. I wonder what you make of a strategy that puts more emphasis on state party infrastructure.
Let me say this. Yesterday's DNC should not be today's DNC. We have to go back to the people. We have to do basic campaigning, which starts in the community. Block by block, street by street, we have to be where the people are. We cannot politic or campaign from Washington, D.C. inside the Beltway.
People don't like random. I can't stand it when I see a random person knocking on my door. And most of the time, I don't answer it unless it's something pressing, like my landlord or something is popping in. I won't even open the blinds and look at them. Or if it's my mailman, I'll go. But that's it. Like, I'm not trying to talk to you about your candidate and shit. I can read all I want online. Canvassing is old school. Back when we didn't have the internet. Back when we couldn't do our own research. I don't need you trying to tell me what you think about the dude you're trying to sell. I can look up all kinds of stuff on him. What his past is. What he's really done. I don't have to be sold a person. People are going to be voting Democrat no matter what. Like, you're not going to change a Republican's mind to vote Democrat. You might be able to convince someone who wasn't going to vote to go vote, but probably not. Most people that aren't going to vote aren't going to vote. They might shake their head like, yeah, okay, I'll do that. See ya. Because they think it's a big pain in the ass.
The people in the Beltway, the consultants in the Beltway.
And they think that their vote doesn't matter. I don't think there's much convincing people that think that their vote doesn't matter, that their vote does matter. Until they just, like, have an epiphany.
They have not been in the States. They haven't been in Michigan. The last 10 days of this election, I was in Michigan, organizing, canvassing, and door knocking, talking to voters. That is what we need. People talking to voters.
It didn't fucking work.
Voters in Michigan,
dude,
no one talked
they
to
were,
them, which is
how
why they
many
didn't come out and
fucking
vote.
people did they pay? They're really blaming the loss of this election on not enough door knocking. They were paying high school kids to go door to door to try to get people to vote for Biden or Harris. They were paying so much money to try to convince people. When Trump, all he had to do was talk about what the hell's going on in the country, and that is enough to convince people. They have to make shit up. Like, if you're a Democrat here, fuck you.
So in order for us to rebuild the party, we have to start on Main Street and not in D.C.
Fuck you.
You know what's interesting about...
I'm not even trying to get along with them anymore. Too thick-skulled.
I think, Marilyn, it was reflected in a comment made
What's he putting around it?
Ken Martin in Playbook. I love this. Honey, I shrunk the DNC chair. Quote, what I would say is there's no savior coming in to save the DNC.
I don't need you fucking cat lady Democrats coming through here.
Sort of
If you're a cat lady Republican, that's different.
The next DNC chair is the only person responsible for actually putting ourselves in a position to win. It's going to take all of us. That goes to how we started the conversation and the point that Simone raised, that you are, in your role as secretary, as vital a piece of this solution for the DNC as the chair is itself, as are other officers of the party. But I would even take it a step further, and this is something that's often lost, and it's something I focused on as national chair for the RNC, is state party chairmen and women, national committee men and women. How do you see that combination of forces coming together to right the ship, if you will?
Let me go away.
Oh, Marilyn froze.
Oh, she froze.
Yeah.
She
but
froze.
If
only we had a chairman to tell us how they would answer that question.
So can I just say, first of all,
Thanks, Alicia.
we're one of the only people highlighting all of these different folks that are running for the DNC chair's race. Shout out to our booking apparatus. Oh, Marilyn is back. Because this is important. And I will also note that a lot of people are throwing shade at Jamie Harrison. But to Michael's point, this current reiteration of the DNC, they gave money to state parties. But to Marilyn's point, yesterday's price ain't today's price. Yesterday's DNC can't be today's DNC in order to move it forward. So Marilyn,
I don't know if you caught all of my question. I hope you did. But you know, the bottom line is you raised that point about there being a bigger piece of this in the leadership. If you could, very quickly before we let you go, speak to the broadness of effort, not just with the national leadership, but also party leadership state by state.
Again, We must bring leaders to the table who have experience organizing in communities. The officers of the DNC should bring their whole selves to the table. Yes, I'm running for secretary. There are specific roles for the secretary, but what I also bring to the table is that I also have experience working on 5 presidential campaigns. I have experience organizing from states from Michigan, Florida, South Carolina, New Jersey, New York. And so we need leaders who, from the top to the bottom, from the national level to the local level, and that's where state parties come in. State parties can be the conveners to make sure that the resources get to the people and that we are engaging the people. We have to get back to basics here, basic campaigning and talking to voters where they are. And that is why state parties are important in this process.
All right. Marilyn Davis may not be one of the names that people know in the Democratic Party apparatus, but she is someone that has been doing the work for a very long time. We thank you so much for your time this morning.
Man, they're really going all in on trying to make Trump look bad.
Donald Trump has a New Year's resolution that flies in the face of the international order. He apparently wants to leverage the power of the presidency to threaten America's neighbors. In a series of posts on Christmas Day, Trump called for the U.S. to take control of the Panama Canal and buy Greenland. He also suggested Canada should become the 51st state. The only problem, the Panama Canal belongs to Panama. Greenland, it is not for sale, and Canada is, well, its own country. Whether this is all bluster, just a series of unhinged ideas, one thing is crystal clear. Trump plans to use his bully pulpit to intimidate our allies. But when it comes to China, he might be singing a slightly different tune. Just last night, Trump urged the Supreme Court to pause a law that would ban TikTok in the U.S. if the app is not sold by its Chinese parent company. Joining us now, MSNBC political analyst and professor of practice at Columbia University, Basil Smikle, and congressional reporter for The Washington Post, Mariana Sotomayor.
Mariana, welcome, both of you. I hope everyone had a great Christmas because there's a whole lot of stupid we got to get through. And so
they got DEI heavy over there, don't they?
Conversation. So let's start with this really smart idea that we're somehow now going to take control of Panama,
black people for every white person on this channel,
and that we are, we want to go and buy
black
Greenland.
people of color for every white person,
there, and it's green, and I guess that's what Donald Trump wants to do. So, Mariana, is there any appetite, do you think, from your reporting and your coverage of these things, with this incoming Congress, the idea that they're going to entertain legislation to to do these crazy fantasy-driven ideas of Donald Trump that somehow he not only wants to rule the U.S., but he wants to rule the world?
Absolutely not. I mean, I think obviously among Democrats and definitely among Republicans, they don't want to be doing this. There's so many things that this new Congress needs to do, not to mention literally raise the debt ceiling within the next couple of weeks. Janet Yellen, Treasury Secretary, mentioned that just yesterday night, saying this should be a priority of this Congress, even before Trump is sworn in.
How the fuck do these people all think they're experts on the situation that's going on?
Trying to go after other nations, trying to acquire other nations or other nations' properties. It's just something that, when I talk to congressional Republicans in particular, they say, no, don't take any of this seriously. Trump, when he wants to enter a negotiation, when he wants to get something, he usually says these platitudes to try and bring these countries to the table.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, but obviously it is also a way that could alienate a lot of these countries who do want to help and are allies already.
It doesn't alienate them, dude. He's putting them on the world. He's putting them in international news. They probably love it.
Getting ready for this show, I heard you say the thing that
I say. Talk about buying us.
This is not how any of this works.
We're making news in Africa now over it.
I don't even know how to frame this conversation because it's not how it works. And it's always sort of like two truths and a lie.
Maybe some people come visit our country now.
There is him saying the fact that he feels that China now
maybe
has
he's
too
just
much
giving them like
influence
publicity,
in the Panama Canal,
so people will visit
tying
Greenland.
that to trade. But then the idea simply becomes he is going to take it over. I want to read you this. This is from the New Yorker, and it's Susan Glasser putting this in the broader context of Donald Trump's new governing ideology. She writes, whether it's preemptory attacks on a 1977 Panama Canal Treaty, whose terms he now wants to reject, or the fantastical reimagining of the January 6 rioters who stormed the U.S. Capitol as innocent martyrs.
Hey, why not,
Trump is a
why
conservative
not?
in an entirely different sense than the one we have come to know.
The amount of
He's
people
not a
Panama has let
Republican who sticks to the
flood our
status
country,
quo,
fuck
but
them.
instead a would-be strong man whose attachment to a past of his own
The
imagining
Darien Gap,
will now,
that's their
once again,
fault. They let that
become
happen.
the country's governing ideology. That, to me, is where the rubber meets the road.
Absolutely. You know, when I first heard about the Panama Canal and Greenland, I was like, wow, imperialist much? You know, I guess it's the world's sole remaining global power, superpower. This is our move, you know, not expanding healthcare, not expanding mental health and making college affordable. It's going after sovereign nations. And what is concerning is that he treats our enemies better than he treats our friends. And I don't think this is
Dude,
real.
it's been
It's a
said that
bargaining.
the people are tired of how Denmark's running their country because their taxes are too high. It might actually help them and Canada because they're acting like, oh, they're a sovereign nation. What if they actually want to do it, dude? Why are these people so dense? What if the grass would be greener for Greenland if they were American? And for Canada, well, maybe not all of Canada, like the other hosts were saying. Maybe we don't want every Canadian province. The French ones can stay Canadian. The super democratic ones can stay Canadian.
Position of his. He said something like this with respect to Greenland before. It's a bargaining position. And I think the point you make about China is very important here, because if you pay attention to what's happening in the Caribbean, if you pay attention to what's happening in parts of Africa, particularly in the port cities in Africa, there is a strong Chinese presence in building those ports, in expanding their footprint and trade routes. And there is an incredible amount of money being spent on infrastructure in those countries by China. Where is the U.S. in that? They are far, far behind. There's a solution to that that doesn't include acquiring other nations and potentially putting boots on the ground. So I think it's a bargaining position in a way that is meant to sort of bring the center of power to him in that strongman sort of ideology. But at the same time, like, people need to be focused on other things.
Yeah, but it's the focus on other things that is where it gets really kind of crazy, because those other things include not just our relationships with foreign governments or what we're seeing, which we'll talk about later, the emerging bro culture in this country in the tech space that's creating some new landscapes. But it also goes to, I think, the selective nature of it all, because as Alicia noted coming into this, how Donald Trump is, hard on Greenland and Canada, right? But soft on China. I want to take a little bit of an ease on China because there's some things I want to be able to do here. For example, he talks about this TikTok ban. You have the statement from Trump saying President Trump alone possesses the consummate deal-making expertise. Okay, so I'm not going to do editorial comments while I read this, so I'll just stay true to it. The electoral mandate and the political will not to negotiate a resolution to save the platform while addressing the national security concerns expressed by the government. Now, that all, Mariana, sounds rather normal, right? It's like, okay, can we roll? But there's always something else underneath it all. What are you seeing with this whole approach to China with respect to TikTok versus how we see the knock them down, break them up, and sort of bullying with respect to Greenland and Canada?
Yeah, there is a difference. And the fact that he is asking for a pause here is interesting, but he's literally going against a bipartisan, largely Republican support for banning TikTok. Like, this was Congress driven. It was signed into law by President Biden. This is something that Republicans want. And I will say there is bipartisan will to actually go against China. Like, there is a committee in the House that is literally focused on countering China. They actually get along, which is pretty rare to see. So there could be a moment where Congress, again, produces legislation to be able to go against China in many a different way. And I think Basil is right. Like, the fact that China is in our backyard. That is something that you hear from Republicans and Democrats. They are building ports in South American countries to try and win over a lot of the soft power. And the U.S. is not there. So it is odd to see Trump, focus on other areas where he could really go strongly against China, because it is needed.
You had Miami Herald columnist Andre Oppenheimer just underscoring all of that, Basil. He writes, if the U.S. president-elect keeps making veiled threats of a U.S. invasion or economic sanctions against Panama, the Central American country will have little choice but to get support from wherever it can get it. China, Cuba, and Venezuela would be the first to offer help, and the net result of Trump's bravado could be pushing Panama.
Panama's going to join BRICS
the
next.
problem of the fact that he's playing a game of checkers in what has internationally become a game of chess.
Three-dimensional chess, in fact. He doesn't
Panama
seem
needs
able
us
to
more than we
really
need them.
understand, and maybe he doesn't care to, but he doesn't seem to understand.
Partially because the FLY program, if you don't know about the FLY program, we send shit tons of sterilized, or they can't have babies, flies, flesh flies to Panama, and it helps them and it helps us dramatically. I'm pretty sure we pay for that. And if we stop doing that, of course it would fuck us up too, but like we scratch each other's backs, Panama and America, so they don't want to lose us. There's no way they're going to prefer China and Venezuela to have an American support, right? And if they do, fuck them.
Really how this stuff works. And I just remember a very quick story. Back in the early 90s when Mandela
hit them with some bombs or something, they do that.
Tour of New York. And I remember at a town hall meeting, I think it was Ted Koppel that was interviewing him and said that he had concerns. He was wondering, does Mandela have concerns about his relationships with certain countries, including Cuba? And Mandela said, you know what? These countries were with me even when the U.S. was not. Your enemies are not my enemies, and it really crystallized something in my head, which is that if you layer it with what's happening today, there are going to be alliances formed around the world.
What does that mean? His concessions? Does that mean they get to go through for free? Using them smart words on me, Bill. You trying to embarrass me? Make me look stupid? That's it. You're fucking timed out.
Based on what Donald Trump is saying. And when he and understanding the power of this country is significant.
Because I worked a concession stand, and that shit was definitely not free or lower cost at the movie theater. Contrarily, a little exorbitant. Price.
Can these places freeze him out and freeze out American interests because he's playing this game that he doesn't know how to win? And that is the three-dimensional chess that we're talking about, and that should worry both Democrats and Republicans, because there is so much going on economically around the world that the president and his allies just don't seem to be able to keep up with.
There's a lot that you say there, Basil, that could.
I don't recognize any of these fucking people, but they're the experts on the fucking matter. Fucking MSNBC can suck my cock. I don't mean my penis, you perverts. I have a chicken in the back that, I let people suck off. He's got a small penis, though. I know rooster. Didn't I say rooster? Oh, no wonder the penis is so small on it. It's actually not a rooster. Oh, man. Damn. What have we been sucking on? That's them. Why are they? They're like, what just happened? Oh, smugglers Albanian package deals.
Even in midwinter, when the wind drops and the channel is calm, the crossings continue. This time it was a lifeboat that had picked up people from yet another unsafe dinghy trying to cross from northern France.
A dinghy ate my
There doesn't seem to
baby.
be any change. If anything, it's becoming more organised, it seems. You know, and I do find it a bit difficult to sort of stomach when I see things like, you know, reducing the winter fuel payment and stuff like that, and yet there's an endless budget for the border force.
On Christmas Day, 451 people arrived in the UK after crossing the channel.
Damn.
That number fell slightly to 407 on Boxing Day. And yesterday, 305 people were brought ashore by the UK authorities.
Boxing Day, what's that?
Social media
Everybody gets out in the
platforms
streets
have
and
long
punches each
documented
other.
this. Now,
Right
Albanian
after
people
Christmas.
smugglers have been accused of using TikTok to advertise package deals, which guarantee a safe crossing, a job, and somewhere to stay.
The young people are very...
Boxing Day is a holiday celebrated after Christmas, occurring on the second day of Christmastide. Boxing Day was once a day to donate gifts to those in need, but it has evolved to become a part of Christmas festivities, with many people choosing to shop for deals on Boxing Day.
very attractive. They also have shown me these advertisements and people who live in UK showing their luxurious lives and how attractive it is to the youngs. You know, the youngs, they want a better life and they don't have it. So when they see these advertisements, they are very, very attracted.
6 months in office, and the Labour government continue to target the criminals organising this trade. A spokesperson said, "These despicable people smuggling gangs are exploiting vulnerable people by peddling lies on social media and placing them in horrendous conditions, working for next to nothing. Anyone found to be doing this will face severe penalties, and we are working with the National Crime Agency and major social media companies to rapidly remove online adverts promoting dangerous small boat crossings." Over 7,000 of these types of adverts have been removed, but where there is profit, there is persistence. It is one part of a so far unsolvable problem, despite the efforts of successive UK governments. Tom Parmenter, Sky News.
Yo, don't buy shit tons of life jackets if you don't want to get put on the smuggler radar, apparently.
Baby Lisa was a...
Wait, something happened to this chick? Okay.
of herself bounty hunting alongside the caption, "Guess who's getting back into the family business? Taking..."
I don't know, whatever. Oh, shit! This guy's talking again. This is from a minute ago. This guy doesn't blink, bro.
قاعدة نيفاتيم الجوية التابعة للعدو الإسرائيلي في منطقة النقب جنوبية فلسطين المحتلة، وذلك بصاروخ باليستي فرط صوتي نوع فلسطين 2، وقد أصاب الصاروخ هدفه بنجاح بفضل الله. تحيي القوات المسلحة اليمنية بكل فخر واعتزاز الخروج الشعبي الحاشد في صنعاء وفي مختلف المحافظات والمديريات، دعما وإسنادا للشعب الفلسطيني، وتؤكد لكافة أبناء الشعب اليمني العظيم أنها مستمرة في تأدية وتنفيذ واجباتها الدينية والأخلاقية والإنسانية بالمزيد من العمليات العسكرية ضد العدو الإسرائيلي حتى وقف العدوان على غزة ورفع الحصار عنها.
What did it hit? Did they hit something? Is that right?
اعتزاز الخروج المسلحة اليمنية اثنين وقد أصاب
A
الصاروخ
target.
هدفه بنجاح بصاروخ باليستي فرض جنوبية فلسطين
Oh, and
المحتلة
occupied.
التابعة للعدو الإسرائيلي في منطقة
Oh, really?
التابعة للعدو الإسرائيلي في
Navitim Air
منطقة
Base. If a red alert went off for it. Alerted. That's right. 1 hour ago, 87 rocket alerts in 9 regions. Gaza envelope. Doesn't say that airbase. But there were a lot. 87 unique areas with sirens at 1800 today, so it was posted at 8 a.m., so an hour and 50 minutes ago. A ton, like, oh my god. What the map looks like. Near Jerusalem. Yeah, they've been, dude, it's kind of crazy. Look, these are different ones. Constant rockets have been happening. What the hell? 244 rocket alerts happened yesterday at some point. They really are hitting them with a lot of rockets. Why don't we have any coverage of this, man? Yeah, Egypt today saying yesterday that they said that they hit, but it's supposed to hit a ship too. This is all happening. Why are we hearing about any of this? all the news is Trump is going to do this. Trump's going to do that. Migrants. Oh, they denied they struck it.
ونفذ سلاح الجو المسير في القوات المسلحة اليمنية بعون الله تعالى عملية عسكرية استهدفت هدفا حيويا للعدو الإسرائيلي في منطقة يافا المحتلة بطائرة مسيرة، وحققت العملية هدفها بنجاح بفضل الله. كما نفذ سلاح الجو المسير عملية عسكرية استهدفت سفينة سانتا أورسولا في البحر العربي شرق جزيرة سقطرى بعدد من الطائرات المسيرة، وكانت الإصابة مباشرة بفضل الله.
Well, yeah, why haven't they showed us video? They love showing video of their tags. It's fake. It hit him, but it was like a firework.
نفذت القوة الصاروخية في القوات المسلحة اليمنية عملية عسكرية نوعية استهدفت مطار بن جوريون في منطقة يافا المحتلة بصاروخ باليستي فرط صوتي نوع فلسطين 2، ونجح الصاروخ في الوصول إلى هدفه رغم تكتم العدو، وأدت العملية إلى وقوع إصابات وتوقف حركة الملاحة في المطار.
Did it target? There's videos of when Israel hit them. It's definitely real. Damn. Yeah, Israel's actually make a big about it. Boom. Is that their control tower? Holy shit, dude. We're up there. The old man out. It's so important. This whole thing gets blown up right now. Pop. He must be. Why is he so important? They didn't blow him up. He got away. Shoot. Oh, what the heck?
When it comes to family, size matters in Russia. The Asachovs have 8 children, from 18-year-old Sofia to 18-month-old Marusia, and they've just been crowned Moscow Family of the Year.
It's a great honor and joy. It brings pride to our family, not only my husband and I, but for the children, grandmothers, and grandfathers.
Their faces are even on billboards around town, the model family doing their patriotic duty. That's because Russia's birth rate is at a quarter of a century low, and the authorities are desperate to boost it. So desperate, they've recently passed a law banning so-called child-free propaganda. It's supposedly the promotion of life without children. Anyone caught spreading it can be fined. But I was confused. Does this really exist?
Aren't there bigger reasons as to why some women may not want children? For example, the costs involved, or perhaps the absence of a father who's away fighting in Ukraine?
Это идеология против жизни на земле.
This is an ideology against life on Earth. If your parents, or my parents, or the parents of our wonderful host, if they had adhered to this ideology, none of us would have been at this press conference today. Perhaps it would have been other people here, maybe even robots.
The authorities claim this child-free propaganda is everywhere, in films, the media, and on the internet. But it doesn't feel like it walking around Moscow. Pretty much everywhere you look are billboards like this, promoting family, motherhood, and what Russia calls traditional values. Russia insists women still have the right not to have children.
Many women died.
But feminist activists like Zelina Marshenkulova believe that's no longer true.
It's reproductive violence. That's it. It's absolutely what reproductive violence looks like. For sure, it's another repressive law. They needed to turn all women into a mechanism for reproducing slaves.
At this Father's Day event, there was a tribute to a soldier killed in Ukraine. It hinted at Russia's other demographic problem, a rising mortality rate. Stopping the war would help boost the population, but apparently child-free propaganda is the bigger problem. Ivor Bennett, Sky News, Moscow.
Mama sniffed the plate. Look at this
But I'm
dork.
not going to use any of them until she brings it over. I mean, probably not ever, because one, Silent Hill is an M-rated game, and Sonic generally is an E for everyone franchise. Except for, I believe, Shadow, which was T for teen, because, you know, he had guns.
He just got done running.
Oh boy, it's going to be so fun, confronting the
He actually
specter
just
of her
breathes like that
pedophilic
because he's constantly beating it.
rapist father.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I was just...
Hey, it's okay.
This kid needs 500 pounds.
I'm kind of lost.
If you're new here.
Anyway, what was I saying?
Is this the right way?
Chili, I don't know. But chili and barbecue, barbecue and cornbread sounds good too.
With this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
So in the original game, James has like awful voice acting.
Who gives a shit? Can't even hear what the voice acting is in this one because he keeps talking over it, talking about the other game.
Mexico is increasing its efforts to tackle the migration crisis. It is developing an app that allows migrants to inform family members and local consulates if they think that they are about to be detained in the United States. The app will be able in January, around the time when President-elect Donald Trump was promised to order mass deportations of migrants. Now, dubbed as an alert button, the app will allow the Mexicans to notify the consulate closest to their location about the situation of imminent detention. The Mexico's Foreign Affairs Ministry has said that the software will help inform the Mexican government about any intended deportations.
Why?
As you can see, there has been a very dramatic decrease. I would say of 75% compared to exactly 1 year ago. We think it's a model that works, it can be improved, but has responded satisfactorily to this phenomenon that continues and will continue with us.
The Mexican authorities have said that they have detained about 400,000 irregular migrants since October. The Center for Migration Studies has reported that so far over 11 million unauthorized migrants are living in the United States, of whom over 4 million migrants are from Mexico. For all the latest news, download the WION app and subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Well, there are also new details emerging about how the incoming Trump administration may handle undocumented immigrants. Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, says family detention centers shuttered by President Biden could return. Take a listen.
Having a U.S. citizen child does not make you immune to our laws, and that's not the message we want to send to the whole world, that you can have a child and you're immune to the laws of this country. We can't send that message, because if we do, you're never going to solve the border crisis, because they won't continue to come. They think there's a way out.
President-elect Trump saying earlier this week he'll order the southern border closed and begin mass deportation on his first day in office. Holman says he expects to have a new data-driven enforcement plan in the next 2 weeks, and he says he doesn't want to separate undocumented parents and their U.S. citizen children, but they could be faced with that choice. Amid this, the Mexican government says they will open 25 new shelters to house deported migrants. During a meeting, the Baja California governor told reporters in Tijuana that they're taking President-elect Trump's threats of mass deportation seriously. The facilities will only house Mexican migrants for a few days before they are sent to their hometowns. The shelters are set to open January 20th when Trump takes office.
Now, Russia's Oreshnik missile that was fired at Ukraine last month has sparked more controversy. Reports suggest that it was developed using advanced manufacturing equipment from Western companies, despite the sanctions. The Russian hypersonic missile that was launched on Dnipro on the 21st of November was described by the Russian President Vladimir Putin as a response to Ukraine's use of American and British weapons to strike deep into Russia. The two key Russian weapons engineering institutes, Moscow Institute for Thermal Technology and Sozvedze, have been named by the Ukrainian intelligence as developers of Oreshnik. Now, a report by the Financial Times claims that the institutes had posted job listings that specified expertise in operating German and Japanese metalworking systems. The report further emphasized the importance of computer numerical control for the CNC systems, and these systems allow factories to process materials with high precision under computerized guidance. But this technology is also essential for Oreshnik missile production. For instance, MITT's job posting indicated adherence to systems from the Japanese company Fanuc, as well as the German companies such as Siemens and Heidelberg. All three manufacturers produce the CNC controlled systems for high-precision machines. Additionally, the job advertisements revealed that Stan, a company spearheading Russia's efforts to create domestic CNC industry, also uses equipment from Germany's Heidenheim. Now, the Financial Times report noted that despite the slowed equipment imports into Russia, deliveries worth at least about $3 million containing Heidenheim components arrived in Russia since the start of 2024. The Russian hypersonic missile can travel at 10 times the speed of sound and potentially hit targets up to 5,500 kilometers away. While Putin has announced plans for mass production of Oreshnik, the US claims that Russia is likely to possess only a small number of these missiles so far. For all the latest news, download the WION app and subscribe to our YouTube.
History History was made in Boston in 1954 when the Brigham performed the first human kidney transplant. History has repeated itself 70 years later today at Mass General with the first successful pig kidney transplant.
I think one thing that we learned as we went through the journey of our first xenotransplant is how patients are desperate for a new treatment option for their kidney failure. So they're not happy with dialysis. We see the complications as physicians, but we didn't realize, I think, how much of a difference would mean to their life, quality of life, if we would be able to actually transplant them, and how they're willing sometimes to risk and, you know, accept a treatment that unfortunately there are a lot of unknowns, but, you know, that may permit them to come off dialysis. So I think for us, this was really, you know, impactful.
Momma.
Momma.
Hearing genetic hearing loss we are studying is called DFNB9. It's caused by mutation in a gene called autopharin. So without this proper gene function, the children will be born completely without hearing. So with this study, we use a new gene therapy product, basically to use AAV adeno-associated virus to deliver this gene back to the inner ear, back to the cells. And as a result of this delivery, the children regain the hearing and regain the speech capacity.
Oh.
我爱你。
我爱你。
Wow. That's amazing.
It's game-changing in the sense that this is the first drug that doesn't directly, with the emphasis on directly influence the dopamine system, and certainly doesn't block dopamine receptors. Are patients going to like it? One is they're going to like it because it works. It's going to reduce
They're not going to be sleepy and dumbed down.
Also, they may like it because it actually doesn't have some of the negative effects that the older drugs have, such as Parkinsonian side effects. It certainly doesn't increase weight, which some of the newer antipsychotics do, and maybe actually have some effect on their cognition, so they can concentrate better. So we'll have to see whether that drug delivers on these various aspects of the illness.
Interesting. Too bad there's not a natural remedy for schizophrenia. I don't think they do well with any kind of psychedelics, including weed, probably. Putin apologizes.
A look now at some of the top stories we're following in our newsroom. Starting overseas, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, and Russia have all opened investigations into the deadly plane crash in Kazakhstan on Christmas Day. Investigators have also recovered the black boxes from the plane. In the meantime, the blame game continues. Russia saying a bird strike or possibly Ukrainian drones brought the plane down. One U.S. official, some Azerbaijani lawmakers and media there say it was a Russian air defense system. The U.S. says it is also looking into what happened. And yesterday, the first of the 38 people killed in the crash were laid to rest. The U.S. is poised to send over $1 billion
It says he
worth of weapons to
apologizes
Ukraine
in the
before
fucking
President
title.
Biden leaves office.
This is almost over.
$1.25 billion in military assistance is part of a push by the Biden administration to get as much aid to Kyiv as possible before January 20th. Officials say the aid includes surface-to-air missiles and an air defense system. It also will provide large artillery rounds. The officials expect a formal announcement will be made on Monday.
Dude, they lied. They didn't say anything about him apologizing. The title of this is Putin apologizes after Azerbaijan plane crash.
Putin apologizes after Azerbaijan plane crash.
Fox is going a little too far here. Clickbait.
A look now at something at the top.
What was that?
The country, billed as the Great Lentini, endearing all four fellow like the all mark out astonished. His oversight was not with jewelry.
Alright, I just wanted to see what was on the thumbnail. I couldn't find it. I don't know. Al Jazeera just says he apologizes too, but they got a 4.5 minute long thing on it. What is this shit?
Wallpaper, wallpaper, wallpaper.
Elizabeth loves music. It's her full-time career.
Come to me in silence.
But despite a decade in the industry, she continues to feel like an outsider.
I often get asked to do work that is, while it's not explicitly stated that it's tokenistic, it feels tokenistic because they need a certain amount of disabled people on their board, for example, or they need certain. I was once called a poster girl by Poster Girl for Inclusion was the term that was used.
And how did that make you feel?
Perhaps it didn't make me feel like an individual, or it made me feel less than human.
Oh,
I certainly.
Where's Lou at? Lou! Calling all Lou's. Calling all Lou's. Lou! 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 These are the left-wing people of Australia, I think. This is what they look like. There's a lot of them. I think they're running the show there.
Knowledge and understand from a personal point of view why someone wouldn't want to disclose their disability.
Just reaching out for me.
Like Nairobi, who was diagnosed with multiple chronic conditions in 2020.
What I see is if these people aren't getting any gigs, they're not good enough. It has nothing to do with their fucking disability. Stop being a pussy. Get better.
Holding on to you.
Like that right there already doesn't sound good.
A few months ago, she decided to open up about her hidden disability.
I didn't feel comfortable showing that side of me because society doesn't accept it.
And do you regret opening up about your hidden disability?
I think sometimes it's overwhelming, but I'd say no as a whole because it's really empowering. I wake up feeling every morning like the effect that I'm having on the community.
Dude, in the music world, if you're good, the organizations that like say she's been doing this for 10 years, she says, if you're good, the people are going to let you know you're good. It doesn't take a manager or something to get you on a gig. You have the internet now, man. Like, Post Malone made it big by uploading stuff on the SoundCloud, right? If she's been doing 10 years, she's had plenty of time to take full advantage of the internet to pop off. It has nothing to do with her disability. She's not good enough.
And Nairobi aren't alone. They're among thousands.
Make her good enough because she's disabled. Make her good enough.
Which is already quite competitive and precarious for all. And now a recent report suggests an added layer of challenges
make people love you.
It found that almost all who have experienced disability-based discrimination say it has impacted their ability to work or advance their career progression. On average, there is a £4,400 pay gap between disabled and non-disabled musicians. And around 3/4 say they aren't in receipt of any state benefits, tax credits or support. Alarming numbers for those in the industry.
With benefits, really what we are
I don't think it has to do with their disabilities,
what those systems look like so people can get the support that they need when they need it.
In a statement sent to Sky News, a government spokesperson
Like
said,
what are fucking people supposed to do? What is the government supposed to do? Make companies pay disability people the same even if they're not as good as the non-disabled people at music? Like, oh no, it's all inclusive. They are the same no matter what. They're injured, so they're as good as the other ones. What if their injuries are making them worse than the other ones because they're in pain all the time?
Proposals to reform health and disability benefits in spring as part of a proper plan to genuinely support disabled people. We will work closely with disabled people and their organisations whose views will be at the heart of these plans.
And I'm a disabled person saying this. It's tried to do music myself.
Both Elizabeth and Nairobi
I don't think I was good
to
enough.
stay in the industry. They can't imagine doing anything else. But if
Like,
things stay the same,
there's so much music in the world that sucks, dude. I'll get a Release Radar or Discover Weekly from Spotify, and sometimes out of 30 songs, I only like one of them, and they are close to music that I already listen to. They know me on there because they know what I listen to. So it's so hard to pop off in that world.
that could change. Amrit Singh, man.
Disabled isn't gonna make you pop off, man. Silly motherfuckers. Oh, but she's black and disabled. Oh, and a female. She's go to the top. No matter what. That didn't work out for Harris. Maybe it'll work out for the Australians, though. Getting rid of Speaker Johnson would cause chaos. I agree, man. I think he's a good speaker. I think Speaker Johnson is one of the best speakers that we've had because he looks like he belongs on Saturday Night Live. He's such a good speaker. Like, he has an interesting charisma to him. I think they might have picked a good one with Mike. He's good at talking to the reporters. Reminds me of a TV anchor. Great, and he was blind. By far more important was he was good. Exactly. And I mean, to be fair, the fact that he was blind actually added to his skill. But he was actually better than a lot of people that could see also. So it's like people were like, holy shit, this guy's blind and he's that good? Yeah, like that mattered. So if you have a disability, like her disability doesn't in any way really inhibit her ability to learn that musical instrument, a computer programming stuff. Being or was it Mozart or Beethoven? Which one was deaf? Beethoven. Like that dramatically would reduce his ability to do the job, but he was still able to do it better than most regular people. Oh yeah, that put him to the top of the list. That disabled person, we all got to see this shit. He's touched by God. But yeah, you're just creating music on your computer and you're in a wheelchair. I'm sorry, dude. That's not really more admirable than someone who's not in a wheelchair doing it. Because you probably have a lot more free time to put in the effort to learn about how to use the software and whatnot. So it's almost like you have an advantage as a disabled person to do better at something like that. So why make it so that you get the upper hand on someone who has to work a full-time job while also learning the craft? I don't know. Oh, we gotta go down here. YouTube. It's being weird about this channel. Oh man, it's cold in here. Oh, I can see my breath. Look at that. Holy shit, it's got super chilly. Woo. Man, I got goosebumps. Might be coming down with a cold. It's like cough. Oh, what's under here? Something under here. There it is again. Oh, guys, do you think there are evil spirits around here or something? I keep getting really cold. Goosebumps. Breathing out the condensation. I feel like I might be coming down with something. I don't know, man. Squatting crisis. Buy thousands of dollars worth. What did she buy? What did she buy? Why did they cut the titles off?
Five people are accused of being part of a nearly $32 million coupon fraud scheme that spanned multiple states. Cindy Swindle is a Jacksonville woman that's named recently in an unsealed federal indictment. It says Swindle bought nearly $5,000 worth of counterfeit coupons from a Virginia woman that amounted to hundreds of thousands of dollars in losses for retailers and manufacturers. News for Jax reporter Ariel
What kind of coupon are we talking about here?
You spoke with an attorney about this
Some of those coupons.
John, that's right. And we remember the extreme
real ones,
couponing became a big trend following the popularity of a show that followed extreme couponers making big savings. A Virginia woman created and sold thousands of fake coupons that would give people, in some cases, almost 100% off items. This scheme lasted 3 years and made its way to Jacksonville. With the rising cost of groceries, we can all relate to trying to save some money through coupons. But one group is paying the price for buying and using counterfeit coupons. Cindy Swindle, a Jacksonville woman, is one of 5 people named in a recently unsealed federal indictment detailing the scheme. Swindle and others knowingly bought coupons from a Virginia woman named Lori Ann Talens. This picture shows the thousands of counterfeit coupons that were found at Talens' home. Talens was sentenced to 12 years in prison for creating, selling, and shipping counterfeit coupons across the United States that amounted to $32 million in losses for retailers and manufacturers. Shannon Schott is a Jacksonville attorney at Plata Schott Law. She says people who engage in these types of financial crimes aren't the...
It's amazing that she thought she was going to keep getting away with that. Like over time, I'm sure the company noticed that there was this account that it's unless she changed eBay accounts over and over. I wonder how they got her. Or they must have opened an investigation. So then, if that were the case, even if she would have, I don't know, if she would have changed accounts, maybe the ways of selling it, she might have gotten away with it. Because then it would just look like some different people. And if they couldn't have tracked it to, like if she'd used a VPN, and they couldn't have tracked it to her location, and she would use crypto. You'd had to have used crypto to make it even more painful, pain in the ass for them, and then use a tumbler or a crypto that's untraceable at some point in the process. She didn't do her OPSEC. Actually, she probably could have gotten away with this had she been smarter, as long as the person above her didn't get busted and give up all the people they were selling to. I don't know. I feel like she fucked up. Thinking about it, just because what they are, you know, thinking about what they are, they're untraceable. Those things would be untraceable probably since they're counterfeit. Like, interesting.
Hardened criminals you might expect. It could be your neighbor next door because they really don't think they're doing anything wrong.
Oh, she
and they don't
knew.
really see the bigger
I had to have
picture
known.
when they have $31 million of coupons and how that can impact a business's bottom line and affect, you know, all the employees who are involved. And certainly, you know, in this case, these individuals were going so far into this scheme that they really didn't get how, you know, it could be extremely serious to the point where they're federally indicted. Swindle and others bought fraudulent coupons for a variety of retailers. The indictment says Swindle and the 4 other defendants.
What the F, dude? CC's Pizza is already so cheap. I worked at a CC's Pizza at one time, a very long time ago. A very long time ago. And it's a buffet pizza place where the pizza's pretty cheap. They're made very quickly, and yeah, but it's pretty badass though, because they got dessert pizzas, regular pizzas. You can, like, if there's not a pizza out there and you want one to be out there, you can let them know, hey man, can y'all make another one of these and get it out there. They got a salad bar. Yeah, I remember that was the first time I worked with a migrant, actually. Also, it was a dude that mostly spoke Spanish but would speak a little bit of English with me, and he would work with me at the back. I think we were making the dessert pizzas together or something. We both worked in the making food. He was pretty cool though. I remember liking him. Yeah.
Coupons for a variety of retailers. The indictment says Swindle and the 4 other defendants would communicate with Talons over Telegram and through instant messaging and other communications applications over the internet, and knowingly purchase thousands of dollars in counterfeit coupons. The indictment also says Swindle purchased the counterfeit coupons from Talons between April of 2017 and February of 2020. She paid her $4,776.98,
wow,
spread out over 42 separate transactions, which caused an estimated loss of $334,388.60 to manufacturers and retailers.
So she probably sold them for half that or something.
Through interstate commerce to Swindle in Jacksonville. Schott says retailers are tracking every penny, and coupon fraud can hurt a company's bottom line. That can have unintended effects.
So it's easy to think, oh, like nobody's getting hurt by this. But the reality is that the people who stock the shelves, the people who run the cash registers, who are making a minimum wage, the margins are covering their paychecks. And when a company is not making the money that they expect to make, even with the coupons that they did the math to issue, what we are going to see is bankruptcy and things of that nature.
She also says retailers invest a lot of money into catching people who try to steal or use fake coupons.
People need to be mindful that a way to save money in this day and age is not to use any sort of fraudulent coupon, fraudulent barcode, or skip items in the self-checkout, because the retailers spend a lot of time and energy and a lot of money on loss prevention, and they will track you down, they will have you prosecuted, or they will sue you civilly if you steal from them.
Now, the FBI says you should never buy coupons or pay a person or organization that charges for obtaining, clipping, or organizing coupons. They say if you're going to print coupons at home, make sure they're coming from the manufacturer or an authorized distributor. They also say you should be suspicious of any coupon that is valued at or above retail price of the item. If you suspect coupon fraud, you should reach out to the Coupon Information Corporation or submit a tip to the FBI. Reporting live in the studio, Ariel Schiller, Channel 4, the local station.
Sweet Simon has been medicated.
Now we are following a developing story coming in out of New York
Breaking
City.
news on this? What could possibly be
NYPD
breaking?
now confirming to Live Now from Fox that a man is in critical condition after police responded to a report of a person on fire inside Penn Station. By the way, Penn Station is the busiest transportation facility in the country.
Another
the NYPD saying they responded around 8 last night to a man on fire where they found a 67-year-old man with burn injuries to both legs and his upper body. Now, we did learn he was rushed to a hospital with injuries that the fire department says were deemed life-threatening. Police say the investigation is ongoing and no arrests at this point.
These migrants aren't doing themselves any favors.
And of course, you probably are familiar with this case at this point.
That was another
this
one.
comes just days after a sleeping woman was set on fire, burned alive in a Brooklyn subway, killing her. A Brooklyn grand jury indicted Sebastian Zepeda on charges of murder and arson in that case. New York City Mayor Eric Adams has urged the feds to file federal charges against the Guatemalan native who ICE does confirm was in the country illegally. A lot to discuss here, and I do want to talk more about it. So let's bring in Kirk Burkhalter, the
of the act. And unfortunately, this is not something new. We see.
Whatever. Listen to this guy talk about it. Mexico's thinking about making their own Panama Canal type thing. Mexican Canal. They want to call it the Interoceanic Corridor. There was a report on it 3 months ago on Wall Street Journal. It'd be closer to America too. So that'd be cool. Sanctuary City, you can't have any food, Sweet Pea. How many times you meow? Hey, how's it going? What are you smelling my mouth for? Hey, going on over here? Meow? Where you going? Where you going? No, where you going? Oh. Oh. Oh, no, no. Oh. Dude, she never wants to sit in my lap in the daytime. Or is it night when I'm playing PUBG? Put him to work. You would put him to work? What would you have him doing? Oh man, homelessness in Portland though.
A new report ranks Oregon among the top 2 states that saw an increase in homeless people in recent years. Tonight, we are digging into those numbers and why some people say next year isn't so promising. Good evening, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Shelby Slaughter. The report submitted to Congress shows an 18% increase in homelessness nationally. The Pacific Northwest is seeing similar data. Victor Park joins us live with the impact this is having. Victor?
And you know what, Shelby, the impact is far-reaching. In fact, one local organization says they are serving tens of thousands of meals more than last year.
Well, I've seen a lot of tents.
Ann Middleton is a longtime Northwest Portland resident.
To be popping off again, ain't it?
Sleeping on the side of our building.
And what she has seen mirrors what data submitted to Congress shows. An 18% increase in homelessness nationally and more than 13% increase in Oregon compared to last year. Also in Oregon, there are nearly 23,000 people experiencing homelessness this year, according to the report. That is a 91% change in nearly 2 decades, the second highest in the country behind Hawaii.
The data comes from the point-in-time count that occurred in January of 2024.
Scott Kerman is the executive director for Blanche House.
We were in an extremely busy period in January. In fact, you know, the first third of the year was a lot busier than it had been at Blanche House in the previous year.
Despite Portland's camping ban and Mayor-elect Keith Wilson's promise to end the unsheltered homelessness in 2025, Kerman is preparing for what he thinks could be a very turbulent year.
I think we're likely going to see some changes in federal programs such as SNAP benefits that people rely on for food. Possibly some more aggressive immigration action, which is going to displace people.
Meanwhile, the data also shows that of families with children who are homeless, about 56% are unsheltered. That's the highest in the nation, and Oregon also has more than 1,300 unsheltered youth, the third highest in the country. And by the way, Washington State saw very similar numbers to Oregon, but one promising note, veterans is the only category that saw a decrease in homelessness, and Kerman says that may be an indication that targeting specific groups may be a solution. We're live here along the East Bank Esplanade in Southeast Portland. I'm Victor Park, K2 News.
Thanks, Victor.
That's because veterans have more willpower and are willing to give up drugs and alcohol for a little while to put a roof over their head and get their life fucking back together. Maybe that has something to do with it, because boot camp tends to weed out weak-minded people. That's the point. And a lot of the people that are out there, well, they're out there because they're weak-minded. And they're not gonna give up the shit at all. Not for a week, definitely not for a month or a year. As soon as the weather gets warm again, they'll be right back out there. They don't see themselves as being capable of achieving greater than what they have either. They feel great just the way they are. Until it gets cold, but once it gets warm again, I don't know, man. The people that want to get help will find a way to get the help and get the fuck off the street. We'll come hang out now? Come on, no. Alright. Why do I want to see this so bad?
Have you ever wondered about the secret?
They keep showing me this damn thumbnail.
It's hidden inside that familiar can of Spam.
Show me
I'm
how
sure you
Spam
have, right?
is made, dang it.
Well, today, let's dive into the fascinating world of this legendary food. Spam is more than just canned meat. It's packed with a rich history full of surprises.
If it weren't for World War II,
At first glance, Spam might look like a
Hawaiians
block of
eating that
oddly shaped
stuff,
pink
it probably
meat.
would have died
But
off.
once you try it, you'll be hooked by its irresistibly unique flavor. Let's explore the history of Spam together.
We were feeding
From the
Hawaiians
intriguing
with
origin
it.
of its name to the world record-breaking
Now it's
achievements
everywhere there.
and the reasons why this dish has become such a beloved cultural icon.
want to see how it's made, that's all.
To understand the creation of Spam, let's turn the clock back to the 1930s, during the height of the Great Depression in the United States. The economy was in a tailspin, unemployment was rampant, and people were struggling to get by. Finding an affordable, convenient, and long-lasting food source became a dire necessity. During this time, at a meatpacking plant in Minnesota, Jay Hormel, the head of Hormel Foods, came up with a bold idea: to create a canned meat product that could meet the needs of the public in such difficult times. And so, Spam was born at a crucial moment when the demand for long-lasting, affordable protein sources soared following World War I and the Great Depression. Advances in technology, such as refrigeration systems and conveyor belts, enabled large-scale production of food that could last longer and be easily stored. The journey of a can of Spam begins on modern pig farms, where pigs are carefully raised in clean, hygienic environments to ensure food safety.
Yeah, right. We all know they're covered in shit.
A stringent quarantine process to guarantee that the meat meets the highest quality standards. Once processed, the pork is transported to the Spam production plant. Here, the meat is thoroughly prepared. Bones and excess fat are removed, leaving only the finest cuts of lean meat.
Only the finest
cuts. The pork is then ground into large batches, ready for the next stage of production.
They definitely don't try to take any of the fat off. Oh, they taking that loin out of there. Get out of here. Fuck out of here. They ain't putting that loin in there.
Using large, high-powered machines, ensuring an even consistency. One special step in the process is that the ground meat is divided into batches of 1,000 pounds each.
There's no way to put the loins in.
This is the secret that allows the meat and fat mixture to blend perfectly, resulting in a smooth, uniform texture across all Spam products. This careful attention to detail ensures that every can of Spam has the same high-quality consistency. The next step in the Spam production process is the mixing of ingredients. The finely ground pork is transferred into industrial mixers, where it is carefully combined with other ingredients in precise ratios.
Was that clear
Ice
stuff?
is added to prevent the friction between the meat and the blades from generating heat that could alter the quality of the meat.
You don't want to cook it.
Salt plays a crucial role in preserving the meat and giving Spam its distinctive salty flavor. Sugar is added to balance the taste, while also contributing to the appealing color of Spam.
Food starch.
Water is used to bind the ingredients together, creating moisture and a smooth, tender texture in the meat mixture.
Like a loaf.
Finally, the secret blend of spices, key to Spam's unique flavor, is incorporated into the mix. The industrial mixer, designed with specialized paddles, ensures that all ingredients are evenly distributed throughout the meat mixture. The mixing process continues until the consistency, color, texture, and flavor are perfectly uniform. In the ingredient mixing stage, special attention is given to the role of sodium nitrate, a food additive that, while present in small amounts, plays a crucial role in the Spam production process. From a microbiological perspective, sodium nitrate inhibits the growth of anaerobic bacteria, particularly Clostridium botulinum, the bacterium responsible for botulism, a potentially fatal form of food poisoning caused by its powerful neurotoxin. Sodium nitrate works by preventing the formation of bacterial spores and denaturing essential enzymes in the bacteria, thus stopping their growth and proliferation.
That's why my meat
This
has
allows
it.
Spam to be safely preserved for extended periods without the need for other preservatives, while ensuring food safety for consumers. In addition to its preservative function, sodium nitrate also reacts with myoglobin, a pigment found in meat, forming nitrosomyoglobin, which gives Spam its characteristic pink color. Without sodium nitrate, the product would have an unappealing gray-brown color due to oxidation. The Spam production process is carefully controlled to ensure that the levels of sodium nitrate remain within safe limits, safeguarding consumer health.
Shit, is really that dangerous?
Once the mixing process is completed, the Spam meat mixture is transferred to the
I
filling
just want
and
to eat
portioning
that with a
stage.
spoon, bro.
During the sterilization process, which uses steam heat, the proteins in the Spam meat undergo denaturation, causing them to shrink and lose moisture. At the same time, the pressure inside the can increases due to the expansion of water and air. These two factors combined can create pressure on the can's walls, potentially leading to deformation, cracking, or even convulging. Therefore, accurately portioning the meat mixture is a critical step in the Spam production process. The Spam mixture is then placed into steam ovens or pressure cookers to be fully cooked. This process not only kills harmful microorganisms, ensuring food safety, but also ensures the meat cooks evenly, achieving the desired texture and distinctive flavor. The temperature and cooking time are carefully controlled to guarantee that the meat is thoroughly cooked while retaining its moisture and tenderness, without becoming dry or tough. As a result, when you open a can of Spam, you'll find perfectly pink, appetizing slices of meat ready to be enjoyed or used in a variety of dishes.
Just stick that right in my mouth.
After completing the heat sterilization process, the Spam products are transferred to the cooling stage to reduce their temperature to a safe level for handling and quality inspection.
That's cute.
Each product undergoes a stringent quality control process, carried out by a team of experienced inspectors. Any products that do not meet the company's high standards are removed, ensuring that only the finest products reach consumers. Inspectors carefully examine the surface of each can for defects such as dents, deformations, rust, or cracks. Special attention is given to the can seams, which are thoroughly checked under light to ensure there are no gaps, preventing the risk of contamination from external sources. Only products that pass this rigorous inspection are allowed to move on to the packaging stage.
100-point Spam inspection. These things are not
the distinctive green cans of Spam gradually come into
taken
view,
lightly
looking
here.
sleek and clean.
My gosh, look how professional this is. I gotta eat Spam now.
With bold labeling and a clearly marked expiration date.
$2,000-point inspection system. 150,000-point Spam inspection system.
You might be surprised to learn that a can of Spam can last up to 5 years.
Or softer.
Sounds unbelievable, right?
I like the texture of that one. What is
Imagine you go on
that?
a long trip and forget about that can of Spam tucked away in the back of your kitchen cupboard.
Different than the other one.
Months pass, and when you return,
I've never had a
you open
round
the cupboard
one
to find
either.
that can
See how
still
much
sitting
softer
there.
that looks?
You pop the lid, and miraculously,
no,
it still
that's
looks
not the
fresh and
round one.
appetizing, as if it were just bought yesterday. Let me share some interesting trivia about Spam with you. One fascinating fact is that the origin of the name Spam has always been a topic of debate. Everyone seems to have their own theory about where it came from. Some people believe that Spam stands for spiced ham, while others think it could be shoulder of pork and ham, or even spare meat. Yet, the strange thing is that Hormel Foods, the producer of Spam, has kept the true origin of the name a secret. And perhaps it's this mystery that has only added to the allure and curiosity surrounding Spam. What a legendary name, right?
No, what the fuck are you talking about? There's no reason for it.
Spam is especially beloved in South Korea.
Why would that make people want it more?
It's so popular that it's considered a national dish, found on the table of nearly every family, from urban centers to rural areas. The story begins after the Korean War, when South Korea was impoverished and food was scarce. Spam was brought into the country by the U.S. military as part of food aid packages. With its unique taste, low cost, and long shelf life, Spam quickly became a valuable food source.
And quickly started making them more sumo wrestlers.
But the love
sumo wrestlers didn't used to be so
eating
fat.
it as is. South Koreans have come up with countless creative ways to incorporate Spam into their cuisine, adapting it to their own tastes and food culture. From simple dishes like Spam bibimbap, mixed rice with Spam, and Spam ramen, to more elaborate meals like Spam kimchi stew, Spam pancakes, and Spam kimbap, rice rolls with Spam. Each dish offers a delicious and unique flavor. Today, in South Korean culture, Spam is even packaged in luxurious gift baskets as a sign of respect and affection, reflecting its enduring value and the special place it holds in the hearts of many.
They don't have any fat people.
Spam has become a global phenomenon.
They're like 2 fat people.
Sold over 8 billion cans worldwide.
They live in North Korea.
This means that if you look around,
Kim Jong-un
it's likely that everyone on Earth has tried at least one can of Spam. From a humble meal born in a time of crisis, Spam has continuously improved its quality, flavor, and packaging, winning over the tastes of consumers in every country. With countless creative ways to cook it, fried, grilled, sautéed, in stews, or made into sandwiches, Spam has become a versatile dish that's a staple in many people's meals. So, how do you like to eat Spam? Share your favorite recipe with me and everyone in the comments. And if you're a true Spam
this guy's
fan,
trying to cut the tip of his tongue off. Who the hell eats
Minnesota, USA.
with their knife like that?
Here you'll explore its fascinating history, production,
how do you get it off of it?
Comments.
Yeah, dude,
Your favorite recipe.
He sucks it off the knife instead of like stabbing it and like taking it and like pulling it off the knife. Look at how he takes it off of it.
With me and.
Let's just get the slow-mo of this dumbass fucking move here that they're promoting on this channel. Go.
Everyone in the comments.
Just cover your knife blade with both lips and pull the knife out. I'm sure you do that 100 times. It's never going to go wrong. I've never seen anybody eat that stupidly. If you were in the Boy Scouts and they saw him doing that, they'd probably kick him out. Like, yo, we didn't know you were full retard.
Share your favorite recipe with me and everyone in the comments. And if you're a
How not to use your knife to eat with. Step number 1.
True Spam fan,
don't suck on the blade with your lips while pulling it out.
USA. Here you'll explore its fascinating history, production process,
how
and
careful you are with doing that.
This unique food. It's sure to be an exciting trip for any Spam enthusiast.
Man, all it takes is one slice. I can't even imagine, dude, that slicing the shit out of your lip like that. Oh, how much that would hurt, and it would be festering probably for weeks after it got stitched up, and it's not worth it to look cool for sure. I wouldn't even feel comfortable using my teeth to drag food off my knife like that. Oh, now LA's got a. Oh, that was 5 years ago. Never mind. They had a secret pizza. LA had a secret parking lot pizza. Like San Diego has that dude that was selling beer. The discount chain Big Lots, which filed for bankruptcy protection in September, has reached a deal that will keep hundreds of its stores and distribution centers open. Be sold to Gordon Brothers Retail Partners, a firm that specializes in distressed companies. They'll transfer Big Lots stores, distribution center, and other assets to other retailers. Dude, I bought my mattress at Big Lots. Hey, Pippi, what are you doing? Chasing her tail. Sweepy. Sweepy, you know your name, Sweepy? What did you do? You closed the door all the way. It clicked and everything. I gotta clip her nails again soon. I seem to stop it. Maybe I should feed her less so she stops growing, so we keep her tiny. If we viewed for us today, Sweepy, I don't want you to keep growing up. Something's got to be done about it. Study shows college acceptance rate is rising. Oh, it's because they're accepting more idiots, probably. The last functioning Gaza hospital evacuated by IDF.
Details that are emerging after medical staff of one of the last functioning hospitals in Gaza say that Israeli soldiers stormed the facility yesterday, forcing dozens of patients to evacuate. The World Health Organization says that some key departments of a North Gaza hospital were severely burned and destroyed during the raid by the IDF, although dozens of people reportedly remain inside that building. Now, some of the sick and injured patients were evacuated to the Indonesian hospital, where authorities say that there is a severe lack of water, food, electricity, and medical supplies. The IDF defending themselves, claiming that they were carrying out an operation in the area, calling it a Hamas terror stronghold. ABC News foreign correspondent Britt Clement joins us now from Tel Aviv for more on this. Britt, thank you for being.
That's not his story. Hospital, smospital.
Got to be kidding.
The November number?
Yes.
Well, I want to ask you about this because this is an economic story we're seeing playing out. One of the big stories to end 2024 has been the home buyer story. American homeowners are feeling the crunch of home insurance and property tax payments. That is really pushing up their monthly mortgages. The Wall Street Journal found that in September, 32% of the average single-family monthly mortgage payment went to insurance and tax payments. That's the highest since 2014. Analysts say the climbing cost of property taxes and home insurance, it's not going to come down, putting further burden on homeowners,
it's cold
even
all
if
of a
they've
sudden.
refinanced or even if they got a low rate on their mortgage. They got that 3.5% or 4%, for instance.
Wow, this is going to be really tough on the housing market. I'm going to tell you
They're
that
coming
right
down
now,
with something.
of late, the worst performing sector in the U.S. equity market has been housing-related shares. They're under a lot of pressure. They've been sinking by double-digit percentage for the current quarter to date since the election. It's really a mess. Let's face it. You go ahead, you take out a fixed-rate mortgage. Well, it's great to know that your monthly mortgage payment is fixed. But what you don't know is what your future property taxes might be and what your future property insurance costs might be. And I want to add one thing. I think this is important. The CPI is trying to tell me that their best measure of property insurance is
They hate Savage Lee.
You've got to be kidding.
The November number? You're saying the November print didn't
number.
make sense
I'm laughing
to you?
at that.
Okay,
And moreover,
interesting.
and people have to know the CPI does not include property taxes in its measurement.
There you go. So when you talk, when you see that economic crunch, and that is the story that, again, Ashley, going back to the election, that is what we heard, that voters said, I am struggling financially, economy number one before immigration.
And Joe Biden kept saying everything's going well, the economy's getting better, but they did not feel better. And this is a perfect example.
Did the Biden administration not look at taxes and insurance? I guess now they're looking backwards, they're probably thinking, oh, we should have paid attention to that. Sorry,
or not draw attention to it.
I think this, the property taxes are telling us something about climate change. Whether you like it or not, something is taking place with the climate, and insurers are responding accordingly. This is sort of like a market solution to climate
the natural
risk.
disasters, the hurricanes and everything else. Yeah, we've got a lot to talk about this morning, and we are just getting started. Coming up.
Well, good thing we don't have many natural disasters here, so insurance shouldn't have went up too much here. Hopefully. Because if it goes up here, my rent's going to go up. Probably. No. No.
The state of Colorado is having a really tough time with transparency and accuracy lately. Last night, we told you about a second chemist accused of messing with water tests at the state lab. Now, the state's unemployment numbers are so out of whack that the federal government says it can't even use them anymore. Spencer Soysher explains.
The state of Colorado says the unemployment rate here is 4.3%, right in line with the national average of 4.2. What's not in line, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, are those numbers.
So the unemployment rate is a vital economic indicator that provides kind of a valuable insight into the health and the performance of the economy.
Justin Koppel is an economist with the Bureau of Labor Statistics. He's helping us understand why unemployment numbers matter.
It reflects the availability of jobs, the demand of labor, and kind of the overall economic well-being of a nation or the state or the local area.
The BLS claims it's the gold standard for publishing employment information nationwide. And because of issues with the modernization of Colorado's unemployment insurance system, the data coming from Colorado can't be trusted. Employer reported
can it be trusted anywhere then?
28% in the third quarter of 2023. That has rebounded to about 80%. But the feds have stopped using state data, dropped to just that coming from Colorado can't be trusted. Employer reported data dropped to just 28% in the third quarter of 2023. That has rebounded to about 80%. But the feds have stopped using state data to calculate local unemployment stats.
Is this a big deal? I would say a little bit, but at the same time, not really. We caught the problem before it was published to the website. We caught it before it actually started affecting any other data.
The state is blaming the issue on updating the technology on its 40-year-old legacy system. They started overhauling it in October of 2023.
Welcome to Colorado Unemployment Insurance.
That program has seen some setbacks. Issues like people waiting a long time to get benefits, fraud in the system. So how unprecedented is it for the BLS to not publish the state's data?
Well, I've never actually seen it happen. This isn't a common thing.
The state wasn't available to talk with us about this today, but it seems surprised that data isn't being published. A spokesperson told us in a statement last night it's got employer participation up to over 80%, and it's been working since the spring to address any of these irregularities.
So this is happening because they tried to switch over to a system. I mean, how hard is it to do that? Do we see this? Can we, you asked the guy, has this happened before? He couldn't remember it.
Right, and then I spoke with another economist later this afternoon who said in 2019, South Carolina tried to do something similar and had problems like this afterwards, though they took their data and then added a little footnote at the bottom to say that they had some issues there.
It seems like we've been doing a lot of reports about numbers that you can't trust. Yeah. Spencer, thank you.
Now there's a D-Live alert. Yeah, baby, baby. There already was a D-Live alert. I don't know why we didn't see it. We heard it though, so there should have been. Now there's gonna be two of them probably. What a new color. Oh, there's two, dude. Did y'all see it? Something pop up on the screen whenever. I guess it doesn't do it for a bell. It has to be 10 and above. I don't know. But thank you, Ted. Thomas in the house also. Great day. Oh yeah, I did do. Oh, it's too small though. I should be a little bigger. There. Oop, there it is. And he came with a ice cream in the house. Things was taking ice cream. It's still a little chilly in here. I got the heat on, but I mean, ice cream's always good. Come here. Come here. You want the door open, don't you? You're the one that shut it though. Come here. Come here. Come here. Why are you meowing at me? She always has to be attacking something to want to jump on my lap, or otherwise she doesn't like being told to come on the lap. She has to either be wanting to attack me or to just jump up on her own. I'm just gonna grab you in a minute. Oh, you can't get away! You tried to nip at me and get away. I got you. Can't get away. Hey. I don't know why cats can't stand it when you do this to them. They always attack it. At least they do me. Something about that hand gesture they don't like. Hundreds of ski patrollers
Now to Park City Ski Patrol on strike. Their biggest demand is a bump in pay. Patrollers say Vail isn't keeping up with inflation, while Vail says they offer this union the same contract it offers all of its patrollers. Last week, a cohort of unionized patrollers voted to authorize one. They've been in negotiations with Vail Resorts since their last contract expired this spring at the close of last season. Park City Mountain says they're staying open, but the patrollers say that could make things difficult.
Everyone on this picket line has dedicated years and years to becoming a skilled professional in this industry, and has dedicated years to learning the terrain around this resort.
Dude, these people are like the surfers of the mountains. Whoa, what cat was that? I don't see it. There it is, this Tux. Ran past the bull so fast. But no, they're like surfers of the mountains. They whatever. You sound like she's already overpaid.
It's a huge resort.
Park City Mountain tells us they want to reach a deal as quick as they can to avoid any problems for visitors there.
Like
now,
if
the
they're,
Vice President of Park City Mountain tells us
if they're getting paid enough to actually live in Vail, they're probably getting paid a decent amount because it's expensive. It's more expensive than living in Denver because you're like, it's a ski resort.
Quote, "We are deeply disappointed the patrol union has walked away from mediation and chosen drastic action that attempts to disrupt mountain operations in the middle of the holiday season." They went on to say Park City Mountain will remain open with safety as our top priority, and all planned terrain will be open thanks to patrol leaders from Park City Mountain and our other mountain resorts.
Like you're getting paid to
well, the fire department
play in the snow. And I'm pretty sure they were reporting on Vail in Colorado because I mean, unless it was a Vail in Utah, but you're getting paid to kick it and do what you like doing, playing around in the snow, and they might even be putting them up in a place while they're there during the busy season. So they're there when the price to stay there is at a premium. And they're like, we're not getting paid enough, eh? Oh, really? 45? Hey, plus they probably get room and board. They might at least get room. I know a chick that does that. I met her in Colorado, and I don't know. I'm surprised they even get paid for it. Almost. They're kind of just chilling all day, skiing around. That's what it seemed like. I mean, I never went to work with her, but. I don't think that it would take long for these resorts to get new people in that are willing to take the lower pay. They don't need migrants for that one because it's such a fun job for people that are into snowboarding or skiing. They love to be able to go there and hang out all day, and it'd be like when I was a kid, I had a season pass to a water park, and I loved swimming, so it was amazing. I can imagine working there. I mean, would have kind of sucked though, because you got to be out in the sun for that one, sitting there with the whistle. That might kind of suck a little bit. Well, not as a lifeguard though. What else? What kind of other position would they have there? Security at the water park. Just walk around all day looking at the babes. I mean, that would be one maybe position. What could you do where you just swim and hang out all day with everybody? You have to be some sort of secret security that's in a bathing suit. Now that would be the ideal position for me. Secret water park security that's just hang out, chilling in the water. It's got to be a big ass water park though. I don't want to be bumping into people and shit. $7 years? Oh my god. Lifeguard. I remember once the lifeguard had to intervene with somebody that was like having either heat exhaustion, I think, at the top of the slide. They had to get him some water and shit. Simon's out there. Simon, what's in? I hear him out there. Hear him out there. Buddy. He woke up from his nap. Now you want to come up here? Come here. Oh. With me. Coming back around. He's coming back around. Hopefully it's not too smoky in here. I forgot the door was closed. She closed the freaking door on me. Trying to get hotboxed. America's Addiction Battle, PBS News, a 30-minute long segment. That's from a week ago. Where are you going? "84-year-old man arrested for brutal murder 3 weeks ago." Don't hear about that one? I don't know. It's 16-minute long. Come on, man. Oh, I knew it was a minute. That's what he said. Yeah, he was a two-phone chump. I had way better. I had better in Kansas. Buddy. Here. Come here. Eee! Oh. So sweet. Hey, what? You fucking taking advantage of my ability to bend over when I have Simon on my lap, you bitch. Damn it, now Simon jumped down. You should get sprayed just for doing that. You know what I'm saying? Lick her now, I guess. Whatever. Thought he was gonna lick me. It was my turn. Please! Please leave me, man. We lost. Well, that's the real Northwest media, not the savagely. No, you're just saying something at the same time, so we don't think anything of it anymore. You gotta come back as she's leaving. Are we here at the same time, kinda? Just changing names, alright? Yeah. What? A water park with big ass is a big ass water park. Like, she should have termed that. I would rather have a water park with big asses than a big ass water park. Well, busy. You gotta work on your comedy. Oh, come on, knock at my door. We'll be waiting for you. Da 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 da. Are you fucking ready now for the Three's Company? I don't think these two ladies are ready for me to wipe out my sausage. Oh, I thought we were Three's Company, babies. Thought you knew what we was getting into here. But no, was he considered gay in that show, though? I don't know. I never really watched it. I just thought the intro was super catchy. You know, it was so happy. I was a kid, I remember hearing it, thinking, yeah, Three's Company too. So it makes me happy. Can't get enough of it. What's another one that's amazing that makes you just so happy? Pretend to be gay so we could live. Oh, is that what the premise was of the show? Everybody knew that he was just pretending to be gay. Is that really what was happening, dude? Will it say that on Wikipedia? Oh, here we go.
Well, Sylvia, I know this never happens to you.
What?
Getting gifts that you kind of go.
Top 5 most returned Christmas gifts. Cologne is a thumbnail.
Started about the 3rd grade, I think. You know what we're talking about. You open up a present and you kind of struggle with that fake
clothing because it doesn't fit.
Oh, I love it, and you know, right away you're making plans to return it immediately.
Have you done that?
Kids' toys that make too much noise, maybe.
Are you good? Do you have a good poker face?
I don't know if I do or not.
I have the best poker face.
Yeah.
Oh man, you can give me something horrible and I'll be like, oh my gosh, this
music,
is fabulous.
Music, books, maybe.
I'm a good actress.
I think that if I did that, people would be like, yeah, you're over the top.
Movies,
tell
maybe.
If you don't like something?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think so. You know.
Well, anyway, it's almost like getting a nice pair
Why
of socks.
would you tell them, weird lady?
Yeah.
When you really wanted that.
Just go get the money for it.
Right.
So we are counting down the top 5 most.
Why would you like? Oh,
Christmas
thanks, but I don't want
those
this.
Socks,
Here.
they struck me for life.
Ties.
Number 5. Well, those are candles. That's right.
Candles?
You spend all that time getting someone the smell. You know that smell that smells like Christmas sparkles? The scented candles, only for them to choke back their disappointment while trying to figure out what Christmas sparkle even smells like. Some people don't like strong scents, and others,
interesting.
You know what? They're just not down with the candles.
You know what? I love a good candle, but you
so
have to be
weird.
very careful. I mean, I usually will give it as a hostess gift, so not necessarily like a birthday or Christmas,
Yeah, that
right?
makes sense.
Yeah, but you know, you
Why
take a little
would-
bottle
if
of
they're
wine,
not
maybe in a
worth
candle.
that
That's
much,
nice,
though,
right?
are they, to
Very
return it?
thoughtful. I should invite you to all my social gatherings.
I'll bring you a candle and are you a beer or wine?
Hey, maybe
guy?
you just want a different
Beer.
scent,
What beers do we
though.
like?
So there's that.
Okay, we're going to bring you some cold
Exchange
brew.
it for a
Okay,
different one of the
number 4 on our
scents.
list. Pick
Picture frames. So picture this.
That's possible.
Someone looked around your place and thought what they really need is some picture frames, since there's not a single picture anywhere.
Personal.
Plus, giving someone a picture frame indicates that they think you should put their picture up somewhere. I'm loving you showing these awkward family photos.
Right, I love it.
Have you seen this book before? It's one of my favorites. It's called Awkward Family Photos.
No kidding. The granny is all the way on the
and
side.
some of these pictures in here are hilarious.
You know, that makes sense if someone would have published a book.
Yeah, in fact, there's several books. It came out, this one, I got the first one, because I opened that book. I should have brought it. I laughed so hard.
Is this a book selling that?
I mean, look at these. We could watch this forever.
That's classic. You know, I mean, you're never going to live that down. Right. You know, I mean, I don't know how old the kid is there, 3, 3.5.
Yeah. Such a good picture.
Grandma is going to, the first date comes back, oh, this is little Johnny when he was 3.
When he gets married.
You know it's going to be up on the screen behind that head table there.
That's funny.
Nothing but trouble. All right, number 3 is candy. Oh.
Really? Why?
Candy.
Why?
Well, people aren't eating sugar anymore.
I guess it says, you know, I'm cheap because I'm bringing you this box of mints. Candy is for Valentine's Day, says the authors. So you can give someone a good reason
to returns candy.
Giving someone candy for Christmas just says,
why are people returning shit worth $5?
Yeah. And I immediately thought of you.
Well, that is something if, oh no, I forgot, you can run to like CVS or Walgreens and pick up some Fannie Mae's or whatever they're selling.
Well, and if you're getting them some crappy candy cans, that's
different.
one thing, as opposed to,
why is that
a nice
sampler.
Why is that one thing? Why the hell would you worry about returning a fucking $1 pack of candy canes? Just have candy canes every now and then. It's not like they're gonna go bad. You might have a hankering for having a little candy cane, like maybe 2 months down the road. So no, it might be more reasonable to take the expensive Whitmans if it's worth like $30 and they don't want the variety of what that is, you know, of not knowing what's behind door number 3 and if you're gonna like it or not. They might prefer to get $30 worth of something else, maybe even a different chocolate, possibly, but maybe not. They've already got that 30. You might as well get something else at that point. Maybe you should have picked something a little more generally accepted by society as being edible. Because, you know what I'm saying, people will pick through those Whitman things and like one thing, not like another. It's almost as if they put them together to get rid of chocolate nobody likes.
Nothing like the Whitman sampler.
How you pull it off, you know?
You know, and I always love, I know candy, I know classy candy.
You don't ever return food even from a store if it's something wrong with it? I try not to, honestly. I try not to. I try to just eat it, even if I don't like it, because I know that they're just going to throw it away if I take it back, and I don't want the food to actually go to waste. Like, I've done it a couple times with stuff with Costco. For instance, I had a coconut that I couldn't open. They came with this thing where I could drink out of the coconuts. Remember those? I came with this little straw and everything that you put in and have some coconut juice. And I ended up having to get my drill out and drill in it because whatever happened at the factory wasn't deep enough. It wasn't good enough. But I thought about, I could have taken that one coconut back and gotten a refund for the whole package of 3 of them. I was like, nah, I ain't gonna do that. I'll just make it work. It's pretty good too.
By the way, when I see it,
I bet you do.
I do. And that's usually a box that has a map that shows you
a map
that shows you all the different chocolates, what they are, so you don't have to pick them up and stab them in the bottom, and if you don't like them, then put them back. You know how you do that?
Yeah, no, but the map doesn't help though, because oftentimes you eat one that you think would be like, oh, that sounds appetizing, and it's like, what the fuck is this? That's not what I was expecting.
Grandma's house, and she would have this, and there was no map.
Oh, you got to have a map.
Oh, and you were poking it because all of a sudden you get that one that's all mushy and creamy, and you thought it was going to be corn. Yes, you do.
See?
And then the other cousins eventually come along.
People do not bring candy without maps.
Yeah, you need a map. I never thought about it. You need a map, definitely.
Doesn't matter if you have the map or not. If you don't like half of them anyway, then you just like You might as well return. Like, that goes against their argument of why return the Whitmans over the candy canes. Because you might not like half of it. He went against his own argument. What? You want to go out? You know, Simon does not like closed doors, dude.
Two are perfumes and colognes. Now, this is hard.
Because they're so personal.
You shouldn't be buying this for somebody unless you know what their scent specifically is that they like. But apparently this is also a bad idea because what you're really telling someone, at least maybe they think this, is that they smell and might need to do something about it. So if you're buying your lady some no-name brand of perfume, she won't be your lady for much longer. She might be insulted. I'm not sure if I agree with this, but we're also being told don't give cologne to guys unless they are teenage boys. What's that cologne all teenage boys love to wear? Not cologne, it's like a deodorant or something. Can people help me? Come on, Eddie? Yeah, that's it.
X.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, it's kind of funny how the scents go through, well, I guess like any style, they go through time periods.
Yes.
Like Old Spice, I think at one point was kind of back.
Yes.
Well, for me, Old Spice was something my grandfather wore.
Right.
And it's like I couldn't put Old Spice on to save my life.
Because it reminded of your grandpa.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, if you want to smell.
What's wrong with smelling like grandpa?
If you want the ladies, the grandpa smell wasn't doing it. But you know what's fun is what's old is new again, especially I love with the Gen Z group, because they're bringing back all of this stuff from back in the day as if it was their discovery.
Brand new.
Right? Yeah. What was the saying for Old Spice? Men like it too, but what was it? There was a saying.
Manly men like it, but I like it too.
But I like it. Manly men like it, but I like it too. Yeah, we remember that. Okay, what's number one?
Talk about gifts that suck.
Oh.
Vacuum cleaners are the most returned gifts.
Oh.
What?
Give one to your wife and see what happens.
And you will be wearing it.
She might just clobber you with that special crevice attachment.
That's weird, though. What are they going to do? Just not vacuum the carpet?
Optimal thing she could do with that. Giving someone a vacuum cleaner is basically tell them, your place is a pigsty. So here's something to help you work on that. Yeah.
Now, see, it depends on which vacuum cleaner, because, you know, sometimes you want a new vacuum cleaner, and they have those really cool, like, wireless ones that you can charge, and they're supposed to be great with, like, pet hair and stuff like that. So if you needed one, that would be a good gift.
And some of them are super expensive. So,
yes, they are.
You know.
They're not cheap.
Most returned gift in the country is a vacuum cleaner. I've never even heard of people getting a vacuum cleaner as a gift. How is that possible? There's so many vacuum cleaners getting gifted that they're the most returned gift in America. I've never bought anybody a gift. Nobody's ever got me a vacuum cleaner. I've never known anybody that's gotten a vacuum cleaner as a gift. Oh, Tuck, stop being a little butthole. I mean, stop being a little butthole. Oh, no, stop it. Stop meowing at me. You're not gonna stop, dude. You need to stop, Simon. Wow. Is that everything? Okay, he does look bored. Busy out there chasing all the women. The whole Elon Musk thing is interesting now, isn't it?
Silicon Valley finds itself at the center of a raging political debate that could dramatically impact its workforce. It is pitting some of the biggest names in tech who happen to be supporters of Donald Trump against the president-elect's base. ABC 7 News South Bay reporter Lauren Martinez with a look at the clash.
I'll side with them, dude, because he's a businessman.
An online debate between big tech and politics continues into the weekend. At the center of the issue, the H-1B visa program. It's a gateway for skilled workers from around the world who specialize in areas that include mathematics, technology, engineering, and science. 65,000 visas are issued each year, with an additional 20,000 given to those who have master's degrees or higher. Ahmed Banafa is an engineering professor at San Jose State.
This thing about having this limit of 65,000, I mean, we could miss someone.
Trump's new AI advisor has advocated for the U.S. to remove country-specific caps on H-1B visas. Tech industry leaders and Trump advisors Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk both made long posts on X on how their businesses rely on H-1B workers. Ramaswamy pointed to the American culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad. MAGA supporter Laura Loomer tweeted the H-1B program takes away jobs from American STEM students. In a post, Musk said, "There is a dire shortage of extremely talented and motivated engineers in America."
Look at Musk himself. He is one of the products of the H-1B visa. I mean, we don't have Elon Musk. You agree, disagree with him. We're not going to have Tesla. We're not going to have SpaceX. Starlink.
ABC 7 News insider Phil Mateer weighed in on Musk's support for the visa program.
He's not only in favor of these high-tech visas, he's also talking about expanding them to where if someone completes from outside the country, comes to America and completes a 4-year college program, they should automatically get a green card. That's bringing a competitive workforce into America that will be competing with native-born Americans for jobs.
On Friday, Marjorie Taylor Greene made the case young people are spending all their time trying to be, quote, the next YouTuber, content creator.
Yeah, but that's okay, actually. I think that's okay. Because they're doing it the proper way, and we're keeping track of the numbers of everything. Like, rather than the border being flooded with a bunch of people that are trying to sell sandwiches on the side of the street, and they're not keeping track of them.
Social media influencer instead of pursuing a useful skill set, trade, education. So what will happen to H-1B visas during Trump's second term? That's unclear. Trump restricted the program in 2020 during his first administration. In San Jose, Lauren Martinez, ABC 7 News.
Oh, really? So he did away with it last time. He might keep it this time because Elon Musk, being the most rich man in the world, is gonna, he's gonna take his advice into consideration. They probably weren't buddies his last time in office. They might not even have known each other yet. Oh, he cut it. Well, I mean, as long as we then make sure that we get the cream of the crop, I don't see too big of a problem with that, because we're probably getting a lot of them that are just trying to come here to be engineers. And if we're taking, if we take just the best and we start hiring the best of our own people, it'll give these countries and people more reason or incentive to be the best before trying to come here, instead of trying to come here and us make them the best. They should come here with that excellence already. We should be importing excellence, not making it from people who don't have it already. It'd be much less burdensome on our whole system, because they come here already having something acquired, a job, a way of supporting themselves, and they're giving back with their knowledge. Yeah, man. I'm with Elon and Swami on that one. Elon and Vivek. Wonder why.
First at 6, local nonprofits are bracing for less federal funding as the Trump administration looks to cut government spending. Our Annalisa Burgos reports on the impact to Hawaii.
Hawaii nonprofits that provide critical social safety nets are facing economic hardship of their own. President-elect Donald Trump's new Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, is expected to slash federal appropriations, government contracts, and grant awards, and heavily impact social services across the state.
Homelessness assistance, funds to address youth homelessness,
I want to be homeless in Hawaii,
domestic
dude.
violence survivor support, and technical assistance for states like Hawaii has received in the past to help connect Medicaid recipients
like
with other services like housing and mental health. The community-based organizations that are providing key government services are already struggling to provide those services. Some of their contract prices have not increased in over 10 years. The cost to provide those services is significantly greater. The transportation costs, rent, employees, food, everything has gone up. And to serve the community costs more. So we're looking to our state policy leaders to help ensure those services are continued.
To mitigate the potential fallout or disruption of services, nonprofit leaders are working to fill the gaps with the help of lawmakers, private donors, philanthropy, corporate foundations, and residents themselves.
Whether that's helping your neighbor, maybe donating to a charity that you know is losing a program, even getting involved politically.
United Way, you remember that?
Matters, being involved in our legislature matters.
Little pins, man. Donate to the United Way. I donate to that. I got a pin.
Government, our local business community, and our local nonprofits help to address what is basically coming down from us nationally.
The slack really has to be picked up by the state and county governments as well as the private sector. So these are going to be tough times, and I'm telling everybody, hey, let's not sugarcoat this. We have to be prepared for the unexpected.
Another concern, legislation that some believe, if passed, could be used to target progressive nonprofits, opposed by the Trump administration.
Progressive.
Congressman Ed Case acknowledged the fear of censorship and retaliation, but said several safeguards are built in before nonprofit status can be revoked, including an independent review.
How do we balance?
Are they cutting their dicks off in Hawaii? What's happening out there?
Protects against potential abuse, but also accomplishes the purpose of not allowing terrorists to utilize our nonprofits for their own purposes.
For now, community advocates are urged to keep calm.
First thing I would advise everybody is not to freak out, that we have been through changes in administration before, that these are core federal programs, that within Congress, even a divided and polarized Congress, many people from both parties support these programs. And so the goal is to continue them and to deal with whatever the new administration may want to do in terms of funding them.
We want to make sure Hawaii is the kind of place where we lead in a way that's hateful to others, that we are not in the mentality that we're all in this together, that we help when people are in need.
Thank you. Yeah.
Annalisa Burgos, Hawaii News Now.
I can listen to that song at any time. I jam out to it when I go to Costco and when I come back home. All the way there, all the way back. That and Meat in Your Mouth. Those are repeat. I juggle them.
Ma'am, get out of my house, please.
Oh my God.
Get out of my house, please.
Crazy.
I haven't seen it. She said she was on her way to the car to get it and she came back with
Did you go?
Get out of my house, ma'am.
Did you call the police?
Get out of my house, please.
Did you call the police?
Just get out.
A Georgia homeowner was arrested after attempting to remove a squatter from inside her own
home. You heard that right there. It wasn't the squatter who was punished. It was the homeowner.
This is unbelievable. And when talking to the police, she was told to, quote, look at things from the squatter's point of view. Really? Lolitha Hale joins us now. She's facing charges of criminal trespassing in her own home. And you actually had won. You went to court months ago. You fought the battle. You won the battle. And you were going back in. And then you were arrested. Explain what it felt like when you were in a cop car, having gone through that months-long battle of winning your rights back, and watching a stranger go into your mom's house.
Well, thank you for having me. It was just a very unbelievable, surreal feeling. I could not believe that it was happening. I just could, and I still to this day cannot believe that it even happened.
I can't believe it happened to you.
I was arrested and not the squatter.
I can't believe it happened to you either, and watching the video is really insane. You're not the only person. This has been happening in different parts of the country, and Americans, Lolitha, really feel like the justice system has abandoned them somehow, and that law enforcement has abandoned them. Tax-paying citizens pay for services, protection, to feel safe, and yet you walk into your own property and you're arrested. They're telling you, think about how the squatter feels. I mean, there's something wrong with the logic there.
Yes, there's absolutely no logic, legal or otherwise. There's no logic. It's my opinion. I think most Americans is no homeowner should ever be arrested when it comes to a squatter situation. It should never happen. I am a part of the same system that I've been trying to rely on to assist me in this situation. And it has not been very, as you can see, it's been futile, for lack of a better word. I'm a part of that very system that is not working for me, even as a member of office of the court.
Lolitha, one of the problems is that there's so many damn laws now that protect people who maybe shouldn't be protected. That at the sacrifice of law-abiding citizens, we have given so many extra little gimmies, legal gimmies, to the squatters and the people who are doing illegal things, that it's almost impossible to be in a position where you can justify your own law-abiding rights. I mean, there really has to be changes in the law, because I guess what they did, the reason you were arrested, you didn't have even though you won that court case, you didn't have a proper writ or something like that, some legal document to get her out, right?
Right. But yeah, even with that in mind, even though I knew, well, I thought she was gone, number one. We thought she had vacated the premises. We had from a reliable source had informed us that she had vacated the premises. But I feel very confident in saying that I know when Brian Kemp signed that law signed that act into law, the Squatters Act, whatever they called it, but that he did not intend for homeowners to be arrested. Mm-hmm. I do believe that his intent was to protect the homeowners, and I believe law enforcement and the courts are failing the citizens.
Yeah. I mean,
and implementing the law.
It's incredible when you think about the system turning on its head. We only have about 30 seconds left, but I'm wondering if you think President Trump coming in is going to shift the dynamics a little bit, just because of his view on the world, and he ran on making things safer, making things more fair, and ultimately sort of bringing some of the power back to the people.
Well, I really can't speak on that personally, but I would like to hope that with him being in office, that laws like this, situations like this would never occur again, ever.
Lolitha Hale, we wish you the very best, Lolitha. By the way, did you have to spend the night in jail?
I spent 2 nights in jail.
Oh, my goodness.
2 nights, and I spent all day Monday, all day Tuesday, Monday night, all day Tuesday. I was released Wednesday morning at about 4 a.m. And it was extremely wet.
Well, that was a crime. You were a victim of a crime perpetuated by this system, which is totally out of control. Thank you so much for being here, Lalitha. We wish you the very best.
Thank
Good
you
luck.
for having me.
Of course.
Last week, just one day after Congress recessed for the holiday season, the Democrats on the Senate Judiciary Committee released its investigative report after a 20-month probe into the ethical crisis at the Supreme Court, and its findings are damning. In addition to the previously reported undisclosed luxury trips taken by Justice Clarence Thomas, there were even more instances of him accepting private jet flights and yacht trips from his billionaire benefactor Harlan Crow. The report added, quote, "The number, value, and extravagance of the gifts accepted by Justice Thomas have no comparison in modern American history." Joining me now, senior writer at Slate, Mark Joseph Stern. Mark, happy holidays. I read this report. A little light reading for our viewers. I know you've read it. I urge everyone to go and read it because the table of contents alone is going to make you nauseous, but it's worthwhile to know. This report criticizes even the late Justice Antonin Scalia, noting that he also accepted lavish gifts from billionaires, including 258 personal trips, dozens of which were never disclosed. Mark, did Scalia set a precedent for the current state of the court where Clarence Thomas says, "Hold my beer"?
Yeah, he absolutely did. I think it's clear that Justice Scalia was the role model for Clarence Thomas in this and so many other ways. Scalia created all of these loopholes around the federal statute that requires justices to disclose
They were an
gifts,
armband or something at all
lavish
times.
vacations and trips. And it was Scalia who also, in a lot of instances, just flouted the law, just flat out refused to comply with what Congress demanded, which is the bare minimum of ethical standards for a jurist who's, supposed to be serving in the public interest. I think Thomas took that and ran with it, and especially after Scalia died, just really went hog wild, accepting all of these gifts and refusing to let the public know what he was doing. It's an incredible violation of, again, an actual federal statute. It's a violation of the canon of ethics that the justices are supposed to follow. And what's truly galling is that he was given an opportunity to fix his mistake. He was given an opportunity to correct his former disclosure forms and say, okay, these are all the trips that I took and failed to disclose. And he still excluded lavish travel and private jets. So he knew what he was doing. Like in criminal law speak, Katie, he had the requisite mens rea. He had the guilty state of mind. He still chose to conceal this in violation of the law. And this is a man who is supposed to be judging everybody else, who holds criminal defendants and other litigants to the highest standard and shows them no mercy. But when it comes to his own behavior, he gets to make the rules and break them whenever he wants.
Oh, yeah, he's the king of rules for thee, but not for me. Another important point about this report, I spend a lot of time focusing on Ginny Thomas and Clarence Thomas on the show. The report criticized rightly Thomas's refusal to recuse himself in cases relating to the 2020 election, saying, quote, despite the interests of Ginny Thomas in every case concerning the 2020 election and the January 6th insurrection, Justice Thomas has inappropriately participated in all but one such case before the court. I mean, again, Mark, nothing we don't know about, but what's the significance of this actually being laid out in black and white in a Senate investigative report?
I think it's incredibly important in this moment, especially because we should take a step back and look at what's going on. Clarence Thomas has devoted his career to destroying campaign finance laws and granting billionaires a First Amendment right to purchase elections. Elon Musk, the richest man on the planet, took advantage of those decisions to essentially buy Trump the presidency, to bail him out, and to put Trump back in the White House. Thomas. And because of Musk's work now, Ginny Thomas is going to have access to the Oval Office. Ginny Thomas will be having meetings with Donald Trump, pushing her preferred policies. And there is no real chance that the president will approve of any kind of accountability for Clarence Thomas's violations of the law. Come on. We know that Trump is not going to approve court reform. He's not going to impose a code of ethics or sign one if Congress happens to pass it. His attorney general is certainly not going to bring the criminal or civil penalties that could be on the table because of Clarence Thomas's law breaking here. And so it really seems like this coterie of billionaires and their benefactors all sort of entrenching and reinforcing each other's power and privilege. And if that isn't an oligarchy, Katie, I'm really not sure what is.
Mark Joseph Stern, not ending on the highest of notes, but always leaving informed and educated after you and I have a conversation. Happy New Year, my friend. I will see you very soon in 2025.
Thanks so much.
Being here.
Attack on a doctor in Miami Beach earlier this year. The 19-year-old suspect appearing in court on Friday with his attorneys now arguing that the client was acting in self-defense.
Local 10's Laren Livingston gives us the latest on that court hearing.
This is what I see, a completely vicious, violent attack that's completely unprovoked.
And for that reason, Judge Alberto Milian says his ruling is unchanged. Now 20-year-old Ventura Perez del Castillo will stay in jail. Police say security cameras captured then 19-year-old Perez del Castillo slamming 69-year-old Dr. Steven Silvers, a longtime OBGYN, to the ground at Mount Sinai Hospital in Miami Beach, seriously injuring the doctor. The defendant reportedly showed up at the doctor's office to confront him about medication he prescribed to the defendant's mother. During a previous hearing, Cristina Perez testified that medicine was an opioid painkiller, triggering, she says, because of her sister's battles with addiction.
The standard here is whether or not there's reasonable conditions of release that could be afforded to a first-time offender with no prior record that's been in jail for 2.5 months that is entitled by statute to a bond.
And that supervised release, along with a stay-away order, should be granted. That Perez del Castillo was provoked.
There was no intent to hurt this guy. It was just to get him off him because the doctor, it seems, from what we can glean and based on what his testimony would be, the doctor was harassing him and he should have just stayed in his office.
The judge strongly disagreed.
I don't see the doctor restraining him. I don't see the doctor tying him up. I don't see the doctor handcuffing him. I see your client charging out of the elevator like a bull and taking this doctor up and slamming him on the ground.
So this defendant, who turned 20 on Christmas Eve, apparently, while in jail, will remain in jail, at least for now. The judge says his defense team can refile to look at a bond modification in the future, but he hopes to consider more evidence to hopefully maybe change his mind on the matter. In the meantime, we'll keep you posted on what happens with this particular defendant going forward. We are here outside the courthouse in Miami. Larry Livingston, Local 10 News.
They're all covering their faces. Why? They're getting deported. Why are they covering their faces? My shoes.
El día de hoy estamos recibiendo los últimos 5 vuelos de retornados guatemaltecos aquí a la zona 13 y durante el año hemos recibido un aproximado de 76.500 personas durante el 2024.
Yeah, they made it back home. Good for them. Got their nice little bag.
Pues yo la veo difícil. Ahorita que intentamos es difícil, pero ya estando Donald Trump va a ser un poquito más difícil.
Baby's back. Hey. She wants food, that's why she's in my lap. That's why she gets in my lap at night, I think. Uh-oh. You looking at me. Sweet girl. Why are you making that noise? Looks like that's all the news, man. The news has finally dried up today. I tried to push it to the limit. Oh, here's an explosion. Oh, I can't pop it out. Never mind, no explosion for you. Yep. All I had. That's all I got. No more. There's no more left. Sorry, I'm out of news. Original squatters' rights can be traced back to medieval England. Common law system. Interesting. Thanks for that. Let's see that. Oh, I forgot to pop out D-Live. I forgot that step this morning. Distributing D-Live rewards. I'm gonna be signing off a kitty cam, y'all. The kitties are not eating much lately, and Tux is probably gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till 12:30 to give him another, or 1:30 to give him another can. I might even wait until like 3:30 when I feed them to give him some more. Actually, I feed them again at 12:30, but I don't want Tux to completely depend on me. It's okay. I heard Simon. What? No winners this time. No winners again on D-Live. Sorry, D-Live. I'd say something, I guess. For that to do that. For that to give you something. Thank you all for hanging. Sister T. Mr. Wild Bill 47. J Busy Brown. Ted Thomas. And Immortal Owl over there on D-Live. Thanks again for the ice creams, guys. And Northwest Media, Savage Lee. You have a great rest of your day at work out there, taking care of the people. Thanks for being here with us, Sister T, of course. Miss Bungle, thank you too. There it is. Oh, it's Ted Thomas. Ted Thomas. Thanks for hanging, everybody. Hope to see you again on the next one. Or, hey, Mr. What already said Bill. Brody YC. That's right. Brody was here too. And Ziggy. Thanks for checking us out, Ziggy. Mark Hopper was here. Don't forget that. Hey, Brody, was Brody YC here too? Yeah, I think he was too when I was eating. Out to him too. YouTube, Ted, thanks man. I gotta go to Costco, pick up Simon's meds. I'm gonna go to the post office today too because it's near there. It's not too far, so get that. Yeah. So picking up that package you sent. Should be live on the other channel tonight. I still have some brewskis left. And a little bit of Buffalo Trace. Be there or be. Alright. Yeah. Love you guys. Talk to you later. Kitty cam out.
Another one. Meow, 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 meow.